Oh, hey, live stream. Usually I do these for beer reviews these days, or I do secret ones for the podcast, but I'm doing one tonight because Nick was iffy on whether he's going to have power the entire night for a BA 101. Speak of the guy right there, and then there's another guy right there.
Yo.
How both you doing?
Not bad. How you doing?
Better than I was a week ago, so
Excellent. I started playing South Park: The Stick of Truth. It's quite the thing.
Yeah, I remember playing one of those South Park RPGs. I can't remember. It was Stick of Truth.
Yeah, the other one's the Fractured Butthole, whatever, that came out more recently.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't played that one.
The Stick of Truth is pretty goddamn hilarious so far.
Yeah.
I got me and Butters got killed by 3 hobos. It was 3 drunken hobos. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. What are people drinking?
I am going to grab a beer.
Oh, okay. We can do that.
Well, I'm about to crack open this Gahan Snowbird Juicy IPA.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I've ever had that.
You get Gahan stuff there, don't you? Like sometimes?
Sometimes. I don't know if I've seen any Gahan in a while, other than maybe like their pumpkin beer shows up and shit.
Okay.
I'm gonna double check that right now, NSLC.
I know you used to. I've seen you do reviews on their stuff before.
Oh yeah, we used to get a few of their things. Gahan.
I don't know how it is in Nova Scotia, but I know that distribution for beers in the Maritimes taken a nosedive in the last several years.
Apparently it has, because all we get is their blueberry ale.
Yeah, I'm not incredibly surprised. That's all you get. You're made in fucking PEI, and I imagine you got pretty much every Nova Scotia beer though.
We do pretty good these days. I'll say that. Other than the stuff that's like short time, seasonals and stuff like that from breweries that it's like, oh, can we even make enough to put in the NSLC? No, so just come by to our fucking bottle shop or whatever, right? So Propeller's got a lot of those. Like Propeller and Garrison, I know they do a lot of like little small one-offs and stuff that show up in like tap rooms, and you can buy a few cans at their store or whatever, but you never see them in the NSLC.
It's almost like the way it used to be, where you had to go road tripping for that fucking release.
Yeah. So what do you got there? Cosmopolitan Seagram 13. Cosmopolitan. Interesting.
Seltzer?
It's 13% ABV.
So I see the Seagram's brand is still floating around for whoever's bought it up.
I was at the LCBO and she mentioned the one girl I know there's like, hey, there's a 13% Cosmopolitan. I'm like, I don't think I've actually ever even had a Cosmopolitan. So let's
okay.
Isn't Seagram's part of that whole
start the night off right.
Pernod Ricard or whatever.
Yeah, they bought. I think
Captain
they bought all the
Picard,
rights to that, right?
Yeah. We kind of learned that from the guy who's no longer living in our heads rent free because he moved out.
Oh, this is very, very pink and.
Oh, Chad?
No, Ewart.
Look at that.
Oh, Yui.
Okay. How you doing, Greg?
Oh, that's strong.
I'm doing well. I'm gonna have a CL that's well past expiry, but only cost me like $3 as a result. So yay!
Oh, for shame, it's not fresh anymore.
Péché Mortel.
Well, that's why I'm getting.
I haven't had that in a long time.
That's why I'm getting rid of it. That's why I'm getting rid of it.
Make sure you take care of that, Greg, before it causes any kind of poisoning.
Let's see where it is. It's 2023. That much we knew. Oh, it's not a very good date stamp. I think it's either 9/27 or 8/27. I can't quite make that out, but either way, it's getting up there in age but I mean, it still tastes good, just not as coffee as it should be. But
this Cosmopolitan thing is kind of terrifying. Like,
okay.
It just
you're not tasting any alcohol at all.
There's the slightest little hint at the end, but it just tastes like some kind of berry juice or something.
Well, see, our good friend who used to live rent free and now lives in Manitoba, probably paying very little rent.
Well, the other
He
guy that
always
moved
would
out of
call
our
those
heads?
panty droppers. That's right. He'd call those panty droppers.
Yeah.
That's right. Not that this show is in any way condoning any kind of alcohol related sexual taking advantage of.
Yeah, he
but
said it. You're not the sexist. He is.
I'm just the messenger here. We do not condone. We condone adults consenting and having whatever fun they want to have.
I definitely condone dropping panties, but
There we go.
I'm drinking a Dreadnought India Black Ale from Tatamagouche Brewing.
There we go. I actually have very little beer in the house. I came up prepared, so I actually am popping a few.
I've added some of this just to kind of make it last, and it actually made the flavor even tastier.
Dilute the alcohol.
But just to make it last longer, because I know I'm going to drink this relatively quickly. Because that is really tasty.
This can of Snowbird, I feel like it almost tastes like the hops just a little stale. But it's from January 4th. So it's like not even 2 months old. It kind of feels like it's just not sweet enough.
Was it?
What's
in
what's the alcohol in that?
6.
Was it in the
6?
fridge?
Yeah, it was in the fridge.
Maybe it's aged in the back of Ethan's trunk. There's another callback.
Jesus.
Hey guys, this beer doesn't taste really good. I left it in my trunk for a few days in the sun.
Oh God.
It's no wonder that guy doesn't understand vaccines. He was just dumb, so dumb.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that are dumb nowadays.
Did you guys?
Randomly.
did you get-
No, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, did you guys see that? Like there was a measles case in Canada recently. A little kid like brought it back from Europe, and now there's like fears that because there's so many not that there's an amazing amount of anti-vaxxers, but the amount have increased. That there's fears now that measles might make a comeback.
It's actually it's in, I think in Florida. Surprising. There's like an outbreak kind of occurring of measles.
Yeah.
What I was going to say though during my live stream, some guy randomly popped in and just wrote, what did he say? Truckers for Trump or something. That was us. Okay, you're a pretty disgusting, weird human being. Just delete the comment, and it was very random and weird.
Okay, vote against your best interest. That's cool. Imagine if polio came back. Wouldn't that be great? Just crippled
iron lungs cool again.
Yeah, crippled or dead kids right out of the bat. Yeah, that'd be great.
Well, it's the only way they figure that FDR will come back.
Yeah, that's right.
You need a president like FDR. You need to survive polio.
And that was your political moment. That was your political moment for this episode.
There you go.
Wouldn't it be nice if people realize, hey, science is not out to screw us, and also, how many scientists would have to be in on these conspiracy theories and stuff?
How many scientists does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Well,
what are we talking?
There's so many conspiracy theories that, when you really think about it, would rely on so many people, like the flat Earth and shit like that. We're really there's it's so people are just so stupid, straight up.
Every pilot is in on it. Anyone who's been in an aircraft. Oh
yeah.
Oh my God, you remember
any expedition to the South Pole that was all fabricated and whatever kind of? Are you fucking kidding me?
You remember the Idiocracy where he's talking about his cousin talks like FAG, as in it sounds like a stupid person. He sounds like he's smart, so he talks like a. Anyway, so he's like, it's cool. My cousin talks like a.
You can say the word when you're quoting something, right? It's not the worst word in the world.
Yeah, you can do. I don't care.
It's literally slang for it. Well, it used to be literally slang for a small one of Russell. Remember, you guys must know Russel Peters. There used to be a show on.
Many thanks to live great lives. There used to be. He's a pilot.
Yeah, there used to be a show on CBC or something called Comics, and it was just a half-hour show, and there'd be I think 3 comedians would come on between the commercial breaks, and it was kind of their first start. And I remember the one with Russell Peters on there, and he was talking about being in Europe, and they're like, "All right, mate, you got a fag?" He's like, "Whoa, you got a sister?" And then talking about like, if they call cigarettes fags, what do they call? No, like look at
Poof
those
does.
goddamn Demoriers over there, bloody Rothmans.
Mm,
It's just funny.
yeah. Lady Lee, are you being bamboozled? You are bamboozled.
Yes,
I don't
we
know
should
what that means.
bamboozle her.
Yeah. Aren't you supposed to be doing homework?
Yeah.
Maybe we've been
That's why she's
bamboozled. Well,
being bamboozled. We distracted her, and now she can't take her eyes away from this train wreck.
She's been blaming me all night for distracting her, and it's like, you can turn the computer off. It is a thing you can do. You are an adult.
That's what I tell women all the time. It's your choice to look at the dick pic. I just send it.
Yeah. I've never sent a dick pic to anyone, but
I find that hard to believe. You've never sent a picture of your face?
Aren't
not
those,
even that really. Not
Aren't
even,
those dick drawings you always do considered like dick pictures?
Yeah. Have you ever sent anyone
Yes.
else's dick?
no. I only leave that for the chat. So
Oh, okay.
yeah. You need
He
a
only
computer.
sends dick pics to his closest friends.
Well, that's
Are,
nice.
are any of my closest friends on the chat? What are you talking about?
Oh,
I would say we fall among the people that Lee doesn't particularly wish us any harm most of the time.
Most of the time, yeah. Glad you put that caveat on there.
Well, we all have our disagreements. So who's gonna read the Canadian beer news?
there is no Canadian beer news.
Yeah,
anymore.
that's not a thing anymore. That's
Did they get rid of that?
They shut
Yeah,
down in December.
yeah,
Oh no.
because he was like the only guy doing it. It was like, I'm the only guy doing Canadian beer news, and I don't have time anymore. I have a life. So
To be
we're
honest,
done.
that's quite amazing that he did it for so long. Like, I mean, say what you want about the Canadian beer news, but the fact is he was like searching for just everything across the entire fucking country every day for like over 10 years. For like 15 years or something crazy. And he's doing it by himself. There should have been a whole team doing it.
Yeah, very dedicated.
Yeah.
Who is he? I have no clue.
I don't
who
know.
was actually
I don't
running
know.
that
I don't know
site.
All I
okay.
know is it's like every day it's like there's a post in his blog that was like a mini newsletter about everything that was happening in beer on that day or that week or whatever, kind of thing. And it's like, Jesus, like that takes a lot of dedication and work. Even if he's just like grabbing like a bunch of stuff from the net, kind of like he's still doing the research. So
Yep. It's pretty cool. That and interviews and
yeah.
And that's all across country. Even the beers in Alberta, we don't care about like the end does.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I mean, I guess this wouldn't be of any use to you guys for the most part, but there's probably one for Ontario too. There's oh, you guys don't care about Ontario either. I actually follow Toronto Craft Beer on Reddit, and I mean it's not a very active forum, but they actually do have pretty decent news. Like like they'll give you weekly releases and stuff like that. I'm sure I know you guys don't care about Toronto, but I mean I'm sure they probably have something like that for more regional areas. Like I'm sure if you ever go like New Brunswick. Do you care about the beer we get, Nick?
Yeah. Sometimes you send it to me, and there's also the Atlantic Canadian Beer Blog too, isn't it? Is Atlantic Canada Beer Blog?
Oh yeah, I think so. Maybe.
And there's also the one that Todd Dipshit Beal had too.
Wow.
Does he still? I don't even know if he still does that.
I wonder if Drunk Poke Brew has some sort of
I don't know. I forget what it was. It was the Maritime Beer Blog or something. Maritime Beer Report. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, I stopped following him when he got into a political argument with me on Facebook.
Oh, did he?
So, yeah. I'm like,
oh, that's
him and a bunch of friends piled up on me. I'm like, fuck this shit. Delete.
It's amazing. Probably how many people in the last few years have broken up as friends, or in some cases, family, just over like politics and stupid shit.
Well, I mean, there's so many people now where they got nothing else going on, where their politics become their entire identities as people, and so anytime you anytime you disagree of anything they believe in politically, it's like a direct insult to them as a person. So
social media also groups people into like-minded things who like with their algorithms, so that they advertise and it also causes or like-minded people to congregate together in the same fashion too. So it's really kind of become an echo chamber for all these twats.
You get a lot of you get a lot of echo chamber. You get a lot of confirmation bias. Yeah.
Just explain the QAnon movement. Take a look at that.
Yeah. See, people I care to maintain friendships with that I know their politics don't jive with mine, I basically just say, we're not going to talk politics and stuff like that. Like my mom basically says, like, when we go to her house, because she knows like some of her siblings and stuff are have views that don't agree with her. So she's just like, family gatherings, you don't talk about that shit. Just leave it at home. You know, we know how you feel. Don't give a shit.
Oh yeah, it's like my dad and my brother are like way more conservative than I am, and it's like, you know, I found a way to navigate that for 40 years. So you know, it can be done. You just don't talk about it. You just
I wonder if your brother would be flying a fuck Trudeau flag.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would probably fly a fuck Trudeau flag too, but you know that has nothing to do with me being a leftist or anything.
That's the thing, is that you can not myself personally too. You can not like Trudeau, but you don't have to necessarily like Poilievre or anything either. I mean, my opinion right now is there is no great choice. It's like pick the poison that's least painful, I suppose.
It's just like the U.S. It's like what choice do you have? Dimension.
Oh yes.
Dimension number 2.
Yes, that's another thing. And I mean, of course, there's the people who are avid one way or the other. But I think to myself, you know, it's the most powerful country in the world, and the two people you give us are Trump and Biden. Well, the second time between Trump and Biden. Like,
it's weird. I care more about American politics than I do in Canadian politics. It's because like whatever happens in the U.S. tends to rub off on here.
It kind of reflects on us. Yeah, like we got the Maple MAGA here now, where it's basically people that want to make Canada's, they want to make America's hat great again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyway.
I'm
sure if Lady Lee were here, she'd have some comments too.
No, she has no opinions. I'm sure she'd probably back Poilievre, but that's her opinion. That's
unfortunate, but you know,
she'd love to move to Alabama right now.
She's a small town girl. What are you going to do? You can't get that small town mindset out of a person.
Hey, listen, you know what? I don't always agree with her politics, but I respect them. It's her right to have them.
Yep. No, not today.
And maybe someday she'll be as good as an Italian as Tony Pizza.
You know, there's no way she could be as good as Italian because she's only half Italian. Tony Pizza is full-blooded Italian.
Well, that's what I was saying before the other day.
He owns a pizza joint.
I don't know. I mean, she's been using charcuterie boards to paddle her students, so.
I mean, is his pizza shop called like Tony Pizza's Pizza? Because that would just be not bad.
I mean, yeah.
Or just even Pizza's Pizza.
I mean, if he was here, he'd say, "What the fuck else do you think it would be called, you fucking ginger motherfucker, you, huh?"
Oh, I was expecting you to call me a mook.
Ginger fucking mook.
Fucking mook.
Look, we made her stop procrastinating.
There we go.
Yeah.
Mission accomplished.
Have fun. Go back to writing. Get your work done, Miss Hardy. You have students who now depend upon you. You have responsibilities now. Even though you're not officially a teacher, you're pretty much a teacher. And if you
don't educate them, they're just gonna sit in the schoolyard eating dirty snow.
Yeah. Honestly, probably 90% of all teaching really is just making sure the kids don't eat the yellow snow.
I mean, that's early childhood education. Like, don't eat that. Don't put that in your mouth. Don't put it anywhere else either. And all right, he put it up there. We got to call an ambulance. That's basically.
If you have certain right-leaning people in this country, part of her job is making sure those 5G chips get into their bloodstreams at an early age.
Well, that's only for the anti-vax people. They got to trick them. That I mean, the vaccinated people, they've already got the 5G chips. Like,
Yeah.
let's be serious.
We already
Cholera,
got good
cholera
Wi-Fi.
vaccine, polio. Who do you know has polio? Nobody needs a polio vaccine. Don't be silly.
Yeah, Black Plague.
Come on, we're a bunch of white guys. What do we got to
Black
worry about
plague.
that?
Yeah, it's not
Cholera, fuck that.
Yeah, fuck that.
Aren't we the ones that most have to worry about the Black Plague?
Oh, that just took a dark turn.
Whoa! God damn!
Yeah, when the Americans are talking Black Plague, don't go that. Don't go there, dude.
Oh,
God damn!
that actually was legitimately quite.
Look at
funny.
this. I
Well
start
done.
a hangout for the first time in like years, and then I get my channel taken down. That's good.
That was part of the plan. Had nothing
That's
to do
okay.
with my power being flaky.
That's okay. We're testing the waters to see what'll really get Nick's channel extra taken down.
Yeah.
Like yours will be taken down. They'll say, Mr. Russell, clean up your act. You got in 2 weeks, we'll reinstate your channel. Nick's, they're just gonna fucking wipe it off the face of the earth.
Hey, if that fucking old brain dead pussy Dr. Dave couldn't get my channel struck down, no one can.
If he couldn't get his own channel taken down with like abusing homeless people.
I mean, he did get it taken down. He's
he?
on his third or fourth channel. He's got like a backup channel in case he gets canceled and everything. So
literally everything I know about Dr. Dave or Jay Terrio or any of those idiot people I know from you guys. I don't know. Chris Peters as well. I know I don't follow any of them, but I just know stuff.
Jay Terrio randomly commented on one of my videos, like one of my recent videos.
Oh, he does that to Nick all the time.
Oh, I blocked him. I blocked Jay Terrio because what he was doing is he was going like comments on old videos of his and replying to them. Like back in like 12 years ago when I used to watch his channel and I'd be commenting on his video. He goes and actually replies to the comment like 12 years later. And I'm like, you stupid fuck.
So weird.
It's so fucking weird.
Like, and you have to dig to like find those comments and reply to them too, because like when Google Plus came up and like comments were kind of filtered through that. Yeah. Once Google Plus went away, a lot of those comments disappeared. So like there's a big chunk of like Google history in the comments that is just gone now because
of the time they tried to integrate Google or YouTube comments with Google Plus.
So, but it's just weird.
And that's why when you go on old YouTube videos, you see like at channel name and a response, and like sometimes you'll see the original question and the answer posted separately, so you have no idea who you're even replying to.
That's so annoying, so fucking annoying. Google just they fuck themselves, and then they have all their arcane weird ideas of like how to ban and who gets banned and what gets banned. They got like shadow bans on people. You can keep commenting on a channel and not know you're banned because you can still see your comment, but no one else can. And like, it's so fucked up. YouTube used to be beautiful. It used to be a beautiful little platform, but it's just kind of. It's a morass of nonsense. So yeah.
So
how about them sports teams that we all love? Have they won any new cups?
Did they win any trophies in the basket hockey game?
Battalion are in the playoffs.
Oh, there we go.
I just finally watched Zombieland for the first time.
Oh,
yeah, I surprisingly liked it. It was pretty good. That and Emma Stone's hot. So
the sequel is worth watching. It came out like way after the movie, and it was actually a pretty good sequel. Like it was
pretty good.
Okay. I'll check it out. I thought I heard the sequel wasn't that good.
No, it's actually
there's a couple parts in the sequel that are kind of extra cheesy, but it was overall not bad.
Well, here's a question: is Emma Stone in it, and is Woody Harrelson back?
All the original actors.
Okay, that's worth watching.
Except the girl who was a kid is now hot in the second movie. So you do that.
She's
you do with that.
She's 15 now, so she's no.
No, she's like 30. She's like, well, if she was 15, like, what would the second movie
I was
come out? Like
making a
10
joke.
years later?
10 years
Well, it was
later,
like
yeah.
oh, really? Okay, so she is like she'd be 22.
Yeah.
Well, Nick
Nah,
is just
she's-
right on that number.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's a little suspect.
Well, I used to
7
watch
plus
it, so I knew she
15.
was 12 years old. This is why I'm making the jokes about it.
But
Anyway,
No,
yeah,
she's,
no, it's good.
no, I mean, in fact, much of the plot of the second one involves around her getting laid.
That
to
was
a
one thing I
degree,
wasn't
so-
a huge fan of in the Marvel universe, when like from Ant-Man's daughter went from being like young to like 20
like
something. It
like
seemed
a
like
woman, yeah.
it was like in like 5 years or something. It was like a very short.
Yeah, it
period.
seemed like the jump was a little too much. Like it's like, okay, we went in time 5 years. It seems like you went in time a little more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. Like, unless she's just very mature for her age and she's like 18 or something. Like,
Yeah, I don't know. It was
I
just,
don't
Well,
know.
that was a bit jarring to me, I thought.
To be fair, I feel when you live in a world where half of everyone just died, you might have to mature up a little bit. Because I mean, I don't even remember. Did her mother die, or I can't remember if her mother survived or not. But
I don't think we ever. Oh no, her mother was. I remember in the first one because the mother's boyfriend was the guy from Modern Family or whatever.
Right.
yeah, I don't know if her whole family got snapped out or what it was. But
Mhm. Yeah, I can't
Hmm.
remember it specifically if that was the case, but it's just.
you know what? I'll still fucking. I will say. I mean, I know Marvel Universe is not quite as exciting as it once was, but goddamn, Endgame was so fucking good. Infinity War too. Like those movies were so
the
fucking good.
the entirety, like as a whole, the entire movie universe up from Iron Man to Endgame was so nicely woven together and done. And since then, they're just seems like they're really floundering, trying to figure out almost what to do at this point.
I mean, they get a few good movies. I mean, like the third Spider-Man was excellent. Actually, I think both second and third Spider-Man came out
I'm
after
big Spider-Man.
after Endgame.
Spider-Man's
Yeah.
been fantastic. I'm not a fan of the way they're shoving the TV shows down our throats these days. Like,
Yeah.
watch
Well, the
this-
TV
watch
shows are
this
just
show.
movies.
Well, again, but it's like watch this show or this movie is going to make very little sense to you. Kind of. I'm not a
Mhm.
fan of that
that's the whole
kind
Marvel
of thing.
thing.
But
I mean, I've enjoyed their shows, but like I say, I mean, because they're doing the same thing kind of. Well, Star Wars, they're not making movies for the time being. I will say the Star Wars TV shows to me are a lot more entertaining. Like even the worst ones, like you can say what you want about whichever ones. I find them all entertaining. Whereas Marvel, I find not as much. Like I find they're
some of
kind
them go in weird directions where it's just like,
yeah.
okay, who are these characters and what relation do they have to the rest of the Marvel universe? Like, it doesn't necessarily make sense. Like I feel like, Echo, which is a spinoff from the fucking Hawkeye series, like, okay.
Stretching it a little bit. It's
I
not
haven't
really a
actually-
main character.
I haven't actually watched Echo yet, so
I liked Echo too. Like, I thought it was fine. It's just a weird choice. Like, sometimes when they make a weird choice, it works. Like Guardians of the Galaxy was a weird choice. Everyone was like, why are they making that movie? And then all of a sudden it was great. But
yeah, Guardians was fun. I would argue the second one a little less great, but the part one, the Christmas special, and part three, all fantastic. Part
They're
two
all
still
good,
really
yeah.
good, just slightly worse than the other.
I totally agree with you on that one.
yeah, part 3 was really good though. Like,
It was
It
excellent.
was, yeah.
yeah.
It was a bit of a. It wasn't expected how much fucking. Well, I guess let's call it animal cruelty. It was. I mean, even though
Mhm.
Yeah,
obviously it was
kind of like not
CG animals.
not for kids kind of
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah,
Yeah, like it was.
The villain, the High Evolutionary, he was fantastic.
way better than Kang.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's like.
I don't
it's
want to like
essentially-
to go with the trope with black people looking alike or something, but like with the whole guy that played Kang having the whole, I think he's out. I believe.
Yeah,
It's
he's
like-
out.
Oh,
So,
he's,
like,
he's going to
could-
prison, I think. so.
maybe make the High
Yeah.
Evolutionary was a variation of Kang or something, and make
Yes,
him be the.
that would be so much better.
Like-
Like he, that one appearance in that movie is like, I want to see more of him. Like, goddamn, this is another example of like Marvel debuts a great villain and kills him in the same movie. It's like, no, bring him back. Bring him the fuck back.
I am very
Well-
interested to see how they end up because there are other big baddies. They've access now to Doctor Doom.
Yeah.
If they do him properly, like Doctor Doom in the comics is one of the most just unbelievably well written characters ever. And then they've also got access to Magneto now with the X-Men.
That's right.
Those are both two potentially huge baddies. So there's still hope. You know what I mean?
The thing I like about it is like they can bring the scale back down to earth. Like I think one of the big problems with when they got to Endgame and Infinity War and everything, like everyone expected everything else has to be bigger. Like it has to be more cosmic and bigger and bigger. It's like, no, we can actually scale it back down to earth and just talk like more interpersonal, smaller stories. Like you can do Spider-Man, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, just fighting villains in his neighborhood. You can do Doctor Doom and the Fantastic Four. You can do fucking Magneto and the X-Men. You can go back to those like in Earth kind of stories. You don't have to go out into the fucking like I honestly I don't want to see them go back into space for a while. Honestly, you know, it's kind of boring now. It's played out. Like they kind of did everything they really needed to do, like with Guardians and shit, and then all the other movies in space that kind of were boring and sucked.
The Fantastic Four needs to go to space to get their powers.
Well, yeah, they can go to space, but they have to come right back to Earth.
It's got to be a 5 minutes up, powers, come back. That's it.
Just, just taking it back for a second before we got into space talk. For me, I've never read a Marvel comic in my life, or if I like a superhero comic anyway. For someone like me, I watched Ant-Man that had the new Ant-Man that had Kang in it. I watched the Guardians that had the High Evolutionary in it. To me, maybe in the comics he's a great villain. Kang seemed like a really fucking shit villain in Ant-Man 3.
Yeah, he was.
That's just my perspective.
Right.
Whereas I agree, the High Evolutionary. See, the thing to me that makes a good villain is Thanos believed in what he was doing. He thought he was doing good. He was the hero of his own story. And that to me is what makes a great villain. And High Evolutionary seems like he's going in that direction too. Like he doesn't seem like he's trying to be an asshole. Sorry, apparently I can't swallow my own spit anymore.
He just thinks that he's like the one that is right, and he's the one that's going to recreate everything.
Well,
and
yeah,
make it all
he's
better.
kind of like
he thinks he's doing the right thing in his mind.
And let's be honest. If any of us had the Thanos powers to just snap half of the Earth's population, probably at least a few of us would think about it because it's there's way too many people on this planet. So I mean,
more than half would be gone.
Yeah. So shit, didn't work. But as long as you see, ideally, I mean, from a selfish point of view, I'd be like, can I at least make sure certain people I like and certain animals I like don't leave? That,
you know what? Like I do more than one. My first snap would be like restore the Amazon, restore all the big forests of the world and the oceans, all the waters to their state, like say 200 years ago. Snap that. That'd be a lot of cities and a lot of places that have taken over though. They'd be gone. But you know what? The Earth kind of would be better. So
meh.
Listen,
it'd be cleaner.
Response.
Yeah,
people aren't great on a mass scale. People aren't great for this planet. Like I say,
I guess the air too. Snap the air quality back to the way it should be.
Listen, COVID was a sucky thing on an individual level. People lost a lot of their freedoms. A lot of people lost their lives. But on a planetary scale, COVID wasn't severe enough to really take out as many people as it needed to. And
yeah, it really didn't kill enough bad people.
Well,
I was going to say, unfortunately, it's not targeted.
It was kind of good overall for the play. Like the whole the pictures they showed in was it China, wherever, where they were able to see the mountains.
Oh yeah,
for the first time in like 50 years because there wasn't the smog was gone. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, so like I thought Echo was okay. I think mostly just because what's his face came back as Kingpin. And and that leads into like the new Daredevil series that's going to come out or whatever.
I was so annoyed in Hawkeye when they supposedly killed him off. Although, of course, they're not going to kill him off. But it was just like, what? Like he seemed like he would be a pretty cool villain. Like he's got like one of those like street level villains that maybe would be good for TV shows. It's like, and then apparently they killed him off in Hawkeye, which I mean, I'm assuming he's not dead because
Kingpin he's one of, again, he's up there. He's like not power level and stuff. Dr. Doom, Magneto, some of his stories and stuff, there's more than enough to put a great movie together. Going back to Kang for just a second, what Greg was saying, I totally agree. In the movies, that what they've done so far has been hot garbage, but comics, he's done some really awesome, like fantastic villain kind of shit. And also there was a cartoon that came out years ago. It was Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes. And Kang was one of the big bad villains in that show, and even that show wrote him pretty well. Like he can take on the entirety of the Avengers by himself. Like he is.
Yeah, I do know enough to know that he is one of like the principal Avengers villains, like from the comics or whatever. So.
The time traveling and stuff. Like, well, in the cartoon, I can't recall that much about him from the comics, really, to be honest. But in that cartoon, his whole thing is like he's from the future and his time is being wiped out or some shit. And it's all because in his mind, it's because Captain America is not supposed to exist when he does or something. So he's come back to try to erase him, and all this shit ensues. And that cartoon was unbelievably underrated.
He's doing a Terminator thing. He's trying to like protect himself in his present by destroying something in the past.
I think it's basically his beloved, his wife or whatever. He's kind of like a Mr. Freeze thing where his wife is like gonna die and he's trying to save her. So it's a noble in his eyes kind of thing. It's one of those things where he thinks he's doing the right thing. If you guys haven't seen that cartoon, I'd highly recommend it. I think it's like 4 seasons, and even like if you guys ever watched the Justice League cartoon, which was one of the best animated shows to ever exist, it's right up there with that in my opinion. It's so well done.
It's on Netflix now.
Even the way it starts, like the first 4 or 5 episodes, like the first one I think is like kind of introduced Iron Man and introduced Hulk, and then there's Hawkeye and Black Widow. Black Panther ends up being there. Thor's there. I don't know if the Guardians of the Galaxy are there for at least an episode or 2. Like all kinds of fucking random Marvel things that you wouldn't really expect show up. It's really good. I rewatched it, I don't know, but for a good 4 or 5 times since it came on years ago. Actually, anybody else here watch Avatar: Last Airbender, the cartoon? You've never seen?
I watched a couple episodes because it was recommended to me, and I was like, I don't like this.
Oh, like it's one of those shows where, once you get into it, it just like they did the live action adaptation on Netflix, which it was pretty well done. But going back, I'm rewatching the cartoon right now, and there's so much stuff they missed, and this. Like just the way the characters are done in the cartoon, it's got a little bit of an anime feel to it.
Yeah,
the expressions on their face and some of the stuff, and you can't really. It doesn't translate to live action.
Yeah,
it was still well done for what it was. I'd recommend maybe checking it out, but the cartoon is a goddamn masterpiece, man. Straight up, it's so well done.
Adapting anime to live action always looks weird. It always feels off.
One of the things I'm super loving about this South Park game that I've started playing is like you can't get better than that as far as like translating what you see on the show to what you're playing. Like the way the characters walk and everything is. It's like you're playing an episode of the show.
Which one are you playing?
The first one, Stick of Truth.
Oh, that game's great. I played the second one. Actually, I got through. I think I never beat it, but I got like all the way to this last boss. I think I died once and got annoyed and never picked it up again. But both those games are absolutely fantastic, though.
Well, I watched both of them get played through on YouTube. I want to say Jacksepticeye or somebody played them, but I don't remember. I remember something about Jared from Subway in. Oh
yeah, he's a boss in the second game.
But that's the only thing that I like vividly remember. So I'm enjoying it. There's a bunch of secrets and stuff, and all the.
I think he might actually he might actually be the boss that killed me, and then because he fucking squirted mayo all over me,
That's-
he might be the boss that killed. No,
that's
so
fucking
I was
funny.
annoyed because I
There's
think
a
there was
thought.
like a gauntlet of like 3 or 4 bosses, and I think I died in like the last one, and then it didn't save it, so you had to go back and do them all again. I got pissed off. So,
Oh yeah,
but
that kind of shit's annoying.
the second one is not quite as good as the first one, but they're both fantastic games. Like I mean, like the first one, especially when I played it, it's probably better now. When I played it first, I think on Xbox or whatever it was, it had a lot of bugs in it, and that kind of
Okay.
annoyed me. But I'm sure they're probably ironed out now, especially on PC.
I haven't encountered any so far. My only issue is the getting the timing right when you're doing the attacks and you're blocking and stuff. You got to hit the button at the exact right time to get the little bit of a bonus, and I'm not great at that, but it's a lot of fun.
No, it's a great game. The second one, unfortunately, the downside to it is it's a little bit downscaled. Like it's the same map of the town, but there isn't like, from what I remember, there isn't like the whole underground area and the sewers and stuff. Like they don't have as many of the areas, or they do add other areas. So, but yeah, they're both absolutely fantastic games. Like,
I remember
making a
as
game
far
from
as
a
the,
cartoon.
I thought the second one was almost just a bit better because of the whole, like they went with the whole superhero thing, like the Coon and stuff. The Cartman's Coon character is just one of the most hilarious things in the world to me.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, listen, I mean, maybe the second one appeals to you more. I just go by my experience. I just thought the first one was a little bit better, but
Again, I haven't played through. I played a couple hours basically of the first one tonight, and I'm having a blast so far. Just the references and all the little Easter eggs and stuff when you're going to someone's house and open the closet, or like the stuff. I opened a door to a house, and there's a naked lady.
yeah.
And then I'd open the door to another house, and there's some guy sitting on his couch, just giving her.
Just jacking it, yeah.
Oh, and then just like I didn't expect the amount of language. It's fucking.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Well, you haven't gotten.
Yeah.
I guess it's not really a spoiler since you say you've already watched.
again, I don't remember really anything, so don't spoil anything.
Okay, well, I won't directly spoil it, but let's
You
just say.
you already spoiled the sewers. I didn't even remember there being sewers in the city.
Well, there's sorry if an area in the game spoiled it for you.
You've
All
ruined it.
I'll say is there's a point where you get shrunk down, and it's quite the scene. It is literally a scene you will never forget. I'm actually surprised you don't remember it from the watching it.
Nope,
but
I don't.
Well, you'll
Can't
know.
be can it be more memorable than the shrunken down scene from The Boys?
Maybe.
Oh, jeez, the one, yeah.
That
It was like the intro of season 3 or
and
whatever it was.
they built that like they
big,
Yeah,
big giant
they
tip
built
on
that.
his penis.
Yeah, that was a fucking set. And
then once it goes back to full size.
because he sneezed. That was
Ah,
and then when they beat him in the fight by putting him in the bag of cocaine, that was actually really funny.
that show annoys me. It's like, oh, well, we can show how many dicks in like every episode, but like, oh, we don't have a single female nipple.
It is
Like,
mildly
okay.
annoying. You're not wrong.
What's that?
Yeah, I said it is mildly annoying. You're not wrong.
Yeah,
Have you ever seen the show Shameless, Greg?
I have not seen the show. I know it has a shit ton of nudity in it. Though.
You would actually the humor and stuff in that show. I feel like you would really enjoy.
Now I know
it.
there's 2 versions. Are you talking about the British version or the American version?
The American version. I've never.
Okay.
I know of them both. I haven't seen the British one, but there's no way it can be as raunchy and insane. The American version, like William H. Macy, is fucking gold in that show, dude. And again, yeah, just like there's penises and vaginas and boobies
yeah.
all over the place.
Hey, listen, I'm an equal opportunist. I think there should be lots of cocks, lots of titties. My whole thing is, if you're showing a penis, you should show female genitalia too.
Yeah.
Like, because to me,
The one
nipple-
guy in that show, actually, his fucking dick is like a fucking baby's arm. It's just ridiculous.
well, you know what? Nothing wrong with showing a good old dick, because I'm sure the ladies enjoy it. Why not? Or
Yeah.
if you're a
I'm
man,
just-
you
I'm-
enjoy it. Nothing wrong
Yeah,
with
I'm
that.
not, not gonna, like he's, I can say he's a good looking guy, and I'm like, holy shit, like he's like, if I was gay, yeah, fucking, I don't know if I'd want him because I'd be kind of scared of that thing entering my body. You know?
Yeah, I mean, well, especially if you're a gay, you got to take that up the butt. It's like that could be scary.
If you're gay, you've got to take it.
Well, I don't know if you. I don't necessarily know if you have to take it.
I don't know if you have to, but I assume that's just sort of part of the ritual of, man sex.
I mean, consent works for gay people too, right?
Really?
Like there's certain things gay people are not into when they're having sex, depending on the person.
See, I was under the impression gay rape didn't exist, so.
Oh, Jesus.
Because gay guys always want to have sex, am I
They
right?
call it grape.
Oh yeah, that's all they do.
If we haven't got Lee's child taken down. So, very nice, Nick. So,
Nova Scotia represent.
you'll notice this is a Disaronno bottle.
Oh yeah.
This is not Disaronno. So,
It's really urine.
I'm not entirely sure what this is. My suspicion is I am going to drink it. I found it the other day, and I figured I'd drink it. What I suspect it is, and based on smelling it, what I think it is, I think it's just rum that I aged using wood staves on my own. So it's kind of like homemade, not homemade rum, but it's like home
Rum.
aged rum. And I literally just found it in my bar area over here. I completely forgot about it. So we're going to pour it in this glass, and we're going to.
When did you do this aging?
Probably like 2 years ago. So
How long did you age it for?
A couple months. I don't remember exactly how long I did it for, but so. Ooh, that is really good. It is aged rum, and yeah, it is smooth as fuck. Oh yeah. I might actually. I have ice cubes in here. I might actually pull them out because this is actually, once I chill it a little bit, it's actually really tasty.
You should have whiskey stones in there.
I don't like whiskey stones. I don't find they work very well. I do like the ice that it does dilute it a little bit. Sometimes I find what I'll do is I'll let it sit for a couple minutes with the ice, and then I'll just toss the ice cubes out, and then it's a very tasty drink because I don't want it too watered down. But
I bought some whiskey stones years ago when I was drinking my rum and cokes. Just wanted something that wouldn't water it down so much, and yeah, they honestly are pretty much hot garbage. They didn't do fuck all.
Yeah, I got some for free. I think I actually a duty free bought a Lafroig, and they gave me some Lafroig whiskey stones, and it wasn't there. Yeah, they're not very good. I have them somewhere in the bar.
They're a gimmick.
Yeah, more or less.
They are. I mean, I like most of my drinks. I don't usually do scotch with ice, but everything else, including like bourbon and stuff, I do enjoy a little bit of ice. But I often find, let the ice kind of water it down a little bit, and then just toss the ice out, and then you got a nice, tasty drink.
Yeah.
Like actually, at this point, I think we're at the point where we're going to toss the ice out because it's getting too watered down.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like actually, funny enough, I bought these staves off of eBay. It was they weren't expensive. It was like $11. You got a huge massive bag of them. And it was some dude that claimed they're organic. He chopped the trees down himself, and he was a chef, so he cooked them in a chef's oven, whatever. But they're there's some baked ones and some charred ones, and they actually did a really nice job of aging. I tried aging some shitty whiskeys and some shitty rums in them. But actually, it would take products that were kind of crappy, like basically mixing products, and made them pretty good.
Yeah, like even that whiskey reviewer Ralphie, that probably the biggest, if not one of the biggest on YouTube.
He's the biggest for sure.
Yeah, he's shown off how he's used wooden staves and stuff to improve scotches that weren't quite up to snuff and shit like that. So
yeah, well, the thing is, I mean, if you got a whiskey, I mean, and you don't like it, I mean, well, first off, the LCBO, you can return it because that's the LCBO. But if you can't return your whiskey and you buy something, you're like, oh, this is kind of shitty, you can often make it better by kind of, either modifying it, doing a little aging yourself, or like another thing Ralphie will advocate will be you get kind of a shitty scotch. Well, add a little bit of good scotch to it. Maybe add 5% good scotch, and something is ideally, I think something stronger, maybe something a little peaty or something, and it can often elevate a scotch by just adding something good to it. Because most whiskeys, even really shitty mixing whiskeys, are are not so awful you can't drink them. They just might be a little bit boring. So you just add a little bit of flavor to them, and suddenly it's like, oh, this is kind of enjoyable. It's sort of like a Lafroig or something, but it's kind of kind of a little mellowed out. It's a little bit more because I mean I'm somebody I love a good peated Scotch. I don't always like peated Scotch. In fact, I find I have to be more in the mood for it. So I mean, when sometimes if you just want a little bit of peat, it's nice to have.
I don't know. I'll take peat any day of the week, but there's something to be said about a good Speyside or something. The nice, the fruity taste you get in those.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I'm not much for the Speyside, but like if I'm not gonna have like a something from Isla, something like peated or whatever, I'd go more for something that's like really full of like vanilla and like red sherry cask influences and stuff like that. Like darker fruit kind of influences and stuff on it,
Okay.
as opposed to like light heathery grass Scotch. Like fuck off. I don't dig on that at all.
So I actually do find like if you're talking about like basic Speysides like Glenfiddich, all that stuff. I'm not necessarily saying they're worth the price, but when you get into the higher end ones like the 18-year-olds, which at this point are stupidly priced, they are a lot better than the more basic ones. Like
Yes.
I've never liked the Glenfiddich 12.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a bottle. What was it? The Glenfiddich 18. I actually got it for free just from my work because I have a boss who gets really expensive whiskey.
You got the bottle from Chad that was like Glenfiddich 18 or something that Chad was giving.
Yeah, it was half a bottle, but yes, I did get that from him for free.
Yeah, I remember trying that before he gave it to you.
God, yeah, expensive 18-year-olds.
Yeah, that was great too. But I got a bottle of Glenfiddich 12 like 2 years ago. I still think I have the bottle. I got to return that to the store. But
I like Glenlivet better than Glenfiddich, to be honest.
To me, they're similar enough. I don't really have a particular preference, but the 18-year-olds, like crazy price, but they are really good for what you get.
The cask influence shows up way more in those than.
Yeah. Now, putting my money where my mouth is. Don't worry, I'm not gonna use a lot of this, but we're just gonna.
Oh come on, do it all.
We're just gonna pour the whole
chug.
Isn't that rum that you have in there?
It's a little bit of rum, but the rum. But you usually products like rum when they're aged, they're barrel aged. Whiskey barrel aged. So
okay, so it's going to impart a bit
putting
of
this
that
in there
flavor.
isn't that crazy. I didn't put a lot. You saw how much I poured. It wasn't a lot. So we're just gonna see how this is now.
I really didn't see how much you poured. It was kind of like below the camera level, but
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No, this is. I'll tell you, the peat just completely dominates this. Like this is actually, you could actually. Well, you wouldn't think this is a peaty Scotch because you still get the sweetness of the rum, but that is really fucking good. Wow, I like that. Oh,
We got CB Fall in the chat saying absolutely cool. I assume he's talking about Nick. Absolutely cool. Look at this
Nick
motherfucker.
is pretty cool.
absolutely cool.
Like Absolute vodka on ice.
Right.
Nick is cool because he
One of
has
them
he has
fancy
a
flavored
full.
absolutes.
Nick is the only one of us that has a full luscious head of hair.
That's right. It's true.
All that dandruff, ladies.
Oh,
and
there
he
we go.
and he for some
Head and
reason
shoulders, Nick. Head and shoulders.
for some reason he gets haircuts. Like I don't understand.
I know haircuts are fucking expensive. They're up to like $30 now.
Oh my god, yeah. Well,
If
yeah,
you go
when
to,
my
like,
barber,
First
when I
Choice.
started paying, when I first was old enough to start to pay for my own haircuts, when my parents weren't paying for them or whatever, in my teens, I think I started out paying like the haircut was like $10. And I'd give the barber a couple bucks tips. It cost me $12 or whatever it was. By the time it started costing me like $20 before tip for a haircut, then I'm just like, I'm going bald anyway. I'm shaving my head. Plus, I was just paying. I wasn't getting a haircut per se. I was just having the barber shave my head. I'm like, I can do that myself.
I remember when I was younger, I had an aunt and an uncle who were both hairdressers. So I used to get haircuts from them for free. And then for the last, 5 years, whatever, before I started just shaving my head, like I was just shaving it with the clippers with no guard. I kind of just wasn't actually bicking it or whatever. But my mom was actually just like all I used to do was basically like very, very short everywhere but the top and be kind of a little bit spiky in the front, that kind of style going on. And yeah, I didn't need. I'm sure I went to an actual barber a couple times in my life, but I don't know. Most of my life was just some family member cutting my hair.
If someone's willing to do it for free, why not?
Yeah.
There you go.
First time I shaved my head, I chopped my scalp to pieces with a fucking just a disposable razor.
I had one of those Schick when they came out with like I think it was the 3, maybe 4 blades, but it like had like a spring in it, so it would like bend. I was like, oh, this will work perfect. And I shaved my head once with it, and after that, it was like, nope, this razor's garbage now.
Yeah,
the ones I use now, I don't know. Well, again, doing it in the shower as well. I don't know if it helps with the steam or something, or maybe the shave gel I'm using these days. But I can shave my head.
Well, it's getting used to it. And
I'd
stuff
say
like
like
that.
I can change my blade almost like once a month, and it's fine at this point. They just last.
I mean, I changed my face razor like once every 6 months for the amount I shave. I mean, I shave about once a week because I haven't hit puberty yet. But yeah,
I never knew that you didn't shave that much on your face. I go through a razor every 2 weeks.
Greg just doesn't grow a lot of hair.
Right now. This is about 4 or 5 days not shaving. So this is what it looks like.
Jesus.
So yeah, I do not shave.
My hair is longer than Greg's is, and I shaved this morning.
Yeah, no, it's I have like I my body still hasn't hit puberty. It
That's
is
really
what
funny.
it is.
I've never had, and I do want to at some point get like a barber straight razor shave on my head. I've never had that done. I've
had a straight razor shave on my like when I got a haircut at a fancy hair salon, and there was a guy that do straight razor, do the shave up here and everything. Oh god, it's so nice when they put on like the warmed up like shaving cream, the whipped shaving cream, put it on, and it's like just instantly soothing and satisfying, and just it's awesome to get somebody to actually do the shave for you.
Yeah, I've had like just my neck shaved and like my sides of my face. I've never had a full shave done with the razor, but yeah, it feels nice.
So nice.
Part of me wants to buy like a high quality straight razor and learn how to do it, but
I was just gonna
hurt myself.
I was just gonna say I would actually love to be able to just like do it myself, kind of thing, but it's at the same time it's one of those things where you fuck that up. But they do the I don't know if it's still a test they do, but I guess one of the when you're learning how to do it, they put shaving cream on a balloon, and you have to remove all the shaving cream without popping the balloon, which is I think that's a pretty cool test.
Yeah.
So there's a dude at my work who he was when he joined us, he was a lawyer, and he was like bald, like very balding, like he had no hair up top, but like he basically was one of those dudes where he just kept his hair like it was groomed, like well groomed, but he basically had all the hair here, typical baldness pattern, bald at the top. So he started deciding he was going to shave his head, and then he decided, I guess at first I think he started using a good quality razor. He was shaving his head. He was doing a good job of it. Then one day he comes in with this massive bandage on the side of his head. So he's like, and we're like, what the fuck happened to you, dude? He's like, well, I bought a dollar store razor and I was shaving my head, and I was also just doing it really quickly. This dude fucking took a chunk of his skin off, like a big chunk, to the point where he had to go to the hospital and get it stitched up or stapled up, whatever the fuck they did. And then they put the bandage on top of it. Because he just took like his fucking
This is great.
I've never nicked myself that bad. I use so what I use to shave my head and maintain it is I use the Gillette turbos or whatever the fuck, Mach 3 turbos or whatever the fuck they are.
Okay.
Right.
And they're pretty efficient. The blades last a long fucking time. And especially when my hair's already short as it is, I'm just like maintaining this. So it's like every day in the shower, if I need it, sometimes I'll go a couple days I don't need it or whatever, but every once in a while, you just shave it in the shower. That helps immensely, by the way. That's a pro tip for all you fucking potential baldies out there who need to
There's a
learn how to shave your head.
company called it's like toiletries, but I think it's toiletries or something, and they make a bunch of random. I have a mirror, and it's just like this thing, like you peel the back off and it just like sticks.
Yeah,
and then you can peel it off and reuse it. I have one of those, and I also have a little portable like holder for my razor. They just stick there on the side,
Oh yeah,
And
I
then-
have,
and then
I have
I-
a mirror with a suction cup. It just goes on the glass.
Yeah, I've
of
got
the
like
shower.
And then I
two
randomly-
Velcro 3M Velcro strips on the wall in the back
Nice.
on the shower stall, and just put this mirror on top.
And
of it.
randomly, I came across Greg in his downstairs bathroom shower kind of has something that there's like this dispenser that you can like refill, and you push a button.
Yeah,
and it, like,
I don't think we've refilled that in
No,
about 10 years.
but
yeah.
it's still. This thing I found, there are these like silicone stretchy things where like my body wash. You put it in there. You take the top off. You put it in there, and then the bottom of it is got like a little separator in it, but it's just like sealed by the silicone mold. So you push a button, like not push a button, but you like push it together with your fingers. It opens it up and just dispense a bit into your hand and use it. So I've got that, my body wash, and then my face wash / beard wash in another one. And it just makes it so you can take your stuff and mount it right on the wall of the shower.
That's
really
good.
cool.
It's cool. But
As
yeah,
far as sorry, go ahead.
shave your head in the shower. That honestly that's the most pro of pro tips when it comes to
Shave
shaving your
everything
head.
in the shower.
Yeah, it's just way more efficient. You're cleaning yourself while you're shaving.
You're probably
And-
using a bit more water, but
Yeah, if you're hippie, and you
You're-
can let
you're-
your-
I'm
you're
efficient
you're
to just
keeping
shave in the
the-
shower.
you're helping keep the people working in the water treatment plants
That's
employed.
right. That's right.
There,
They
yeah.
need a job too, people.
As far as razors, I've been a member of the Dollar Shave Club
Okay, yeah.
for fucking years. Like, I legitimately I've actually paused my subscription at this point because it's like every month they'll send you the 4-pack of razor blades. And I've been a member for long enough now that I've legitimately probably got 20, maybe 30 4-packs just on my one shelf. So I'm good for blades, but they also, if you want some shave gel, if you want, so they can send you a bazillion other things too. It's actually a pretty decent little club.
Yeah, and by the way, this show is not sponsored by Dollar Shave Club, but hey, Dollar Shave Club, if you're watching, I can make this a weekly thing if you throw a little cash my way. Just put it out there.
Yeah, if
It's
they
been a
want
while.
to sponsor
Still.
us, we'll use them.
It's been a while, but I used to also
We
be a
lost
member
the
of Dollar
Moosehead
Beard Club.
sponsorship,
So, if they want to hook me up too, I'd be okay.
Lost our Moosehead sponsorship with Scott.
Our Moose Hits sponsorship, quote unquote. Yeah, okay, Nick.
As
That's
far as
secretly the reason
shaving,
that
I
I
don't.
they feel like they were taking advantage. He was taking advantage.
Oh yeah. Anyway, as far as the shaving goes, I don't shave the head obviously, but I use the Gillette Skin Guard ones. I actually really like those. One of those blades will last 2 weeks. Kind of pricey, but they work great. I tried going to the cheaper Bic ones, and they suck ass.
No, that's
Like,
terrible.
Oh fuck.
Bic is terrible.
My Dollar Shave Club, I think there's like 3 different levels you can get. I have the top of the line. I think it's 4 blades, and then there's like the extra 1 blade on the backside if you want to like turn it around and do the detailing shit.
Oh, okay.
And I've accumulated actually. And you guys want to try Dollar Shave Club? I think I have like 4 extra handles as well on top of all the ones I have. So, I could ship you guys a handle and a couple packs of blades to give it a try or something.
I may hit you up on that.
I don't know if they have any kind of referral code thing. Like if you like it and subscribe, like say it was me and I get some kind of free gift or something. I have no idea.
I just like I think whatever the 5-blade one is, the Gillette Fusion or whatever, I usually use that. I mean, generally I'll just, as you might imagine, I mean, I go to Costco, I'll buy like a packet.
Fusion Pro Glide and Pro Shield. And
Yeah, usually whatever they have at Costco, I'll just buy like a pack and it comes with like, 12 of them or 14 of them or whatever it is. And that literally lasts me like 2 years, 3 years. So if not longer. So, whenever that is, I'm happy to buy like, I know Gillette's expensive, but for the amount I use, I don't give a fuck.
Well, that's just it. I just like for the price of them, I feel like Gillette's been the best. Like I tried the
The
Bic
best a
ones,
man
they
can
suck.
get.
I've tried the Schicks. They suck. But I used to use. I did like the Mach 3s. I tried the Fusions and I used the Fusion Pro Shields for years. Then I tried the Skin Guards on a whim. They only have like 2 blades on them, but holy fuck, they work they work good, and they also they get that like sensitive skin lubricant kind of thing going on. So lube,
You know what? Yeah, I was about to say. You know what's funny? It's like all the names for all these blades, they could be interchangeable with condoms or just like sex lube of any
Yeah.
sort.
But
Oh,
I
for
feel like
God.
no, hardly any skin irritation afterwards. The skin guards, and I tried other stuff, and you can't get away from them. They work.
I feel like it should just like I don't think my razor blades have any kind of special hydration strip or any fucking stupid proprietary technology, but I just have some nice moisturizing aftershave balm I use that, like, I don't know, I have like all over my head, my fucking, when I'm done, and just keeps me.
Yeah.
Balm for your
Doing-
balls.
And I moisturize every morning as well. Not gonna lie, why not?
You gotta moisturize. You don't want to be some ashy, dry motherfucker.
And then the beard oil, like before I discovered beard oil, was before I used to have just basically like I've had a beard forever, but it was never really long. And my mustache and kind of around my chin would occasionally just become like super, the skin would get like all flaky, not like dandruff wise, like the entire like one layer of skin would be like, I'm gone. And just I'd be like going like this and fucking, looking in the mirror, trying to get it all gone because I'd be all embarrassed by it. And my girlfriend at the time, this was like 15 years ago or something, she bought this like anti-dandruff shampoo stuff that kind of worked, but not really. And then it was a while afterwards. I don't even how I remember how I discovered it. I first came across beard oil, but found it and like used it and like, oh my God, it's not happening anymore ever. It's like, yeah, it's magical. And there's fancy smells and stuff too. So,
I just use Head and Shoulders. So the only guy that can talk about we're using shampoo here anymore.
I mean, I still use shampoo. It's like
I shampoo this thing. What are you talking about?
Let's use it for the balls.
No, I use it for my head too.
Body washes, balls.
I still have a fucking scalp. You still have to pay attention to it.
You still use shampoo specifically? I suppose you used like Irish Spring or something would dry the fuck out of your head.
Yeah, I do have a body wash and stuff, but I mean, and usually my head's pretty good. Like usually, like it does. Like honestly, my scalp never really gets dry, but like every once in a while, I'll put like a little Head and Shoulders to it or whatever, just to make sure, just to keep for upkeep purposes or whatever. But
yeah, in the shower, I got my beard / face wash stuff. So I do that and go over my head at the same time, and then done the shower. The moisturizing thing happens, and I've never had really in the summer, maybe a bit if I get like a bit of a burn or something, but yeah, dry skin's never really been. Well, actually, I used to have been a while, but I used to get like a couple kind of almost like psoriasis patches on my arms, where it'd be like a patch of like dry skin, it'd be itchy. But
honestly,
it's been a while since that happened.
The only thing I wish is I wish the rest of my hair would fall out of my fucking head. Like honestly, if I could get because I still have like a bunch up the back and shit. It's just like really right on the top, and it comes down to that little point where you could if I let it grow, I could grow a horn at like the center of my fucking head or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, if that could all fall out too, and all the shit on the sides, if that could fall out, if I wouldn't have to wax it or get a electrolysis treatment or laser surgery or whatever the fuck.
Nair.
That'd be nice.
You tried some Nair?
I've never tried Nair. No.
I've never tried either, but
I've heard Nair. I've heard some horror stories about Nair.
Me as well. That's why I haven't tried it. I've heard I don't know if it's a wrong usage or wrong skin type or wrong area of the body, but I've heard it can.
I wouldn't use. I have tried Nair. I wouldn't recommend it. It's first of all, it is literally first of all the most disgusting smell you've ever smelled in your life. Like you'll literally gag just trying to use it, and it doesn't work.
The things I smelled doing hood fans.
I mean, fair enough.
Ew.
It doesn't work very well. Like you'll probably have to go over your hair multiple times to get it out, and also depending where you use it. I only tried using it on my chest. And it didn't work very well.
No, don't use it on your balls.
Yeah, if you try using it on your balls or your butthole, or actually,
Jesus.
Well, no, there's that person who did it on YouTube, right? Who didn't get their video taken down because it was informational or whatever.
Did
So-
he
so-
did he Nair? Was he using Nair? I know
Pretty
exactly
sure
what you're
down
talking
there.
about.
Pretty
I think
sure it
he
was
was.
Nair that he was using, but it's like you got
Neither
here's
here nor there. There.
here's my butthole before and after, and he showed the whole thing.
Well,
I
even,
and-
shared
and it
that video with
wasn't-
you guys.
And it wasn't taken down because it was like educational.
Yes.
well, even a girl I talked to literally like a couple days ago, she was talking about she did Nair, and she's like, it worked fine on my legs, but I tried it on my armpit, it burnt the fuck out of them.
Mm.
And she
Armpits
didn't
are
say-
super sensitive too. Like,
Yeah, well, she didn't say burnt the fuck because she's religious and doesn't swear, but that's what
oh,
she
I've
oh, is
also
this,
considered,
is
like-
this a Jehovah's Witness you want to fuck?
Like
Yes, I still want to fuck her, still have not, and probably never will, but yeah.
my hairline ends probably like right about there.
That's
I've,
about where mine
I've
does.
often
yeah.
thought about like letting like a circle grow, and like you were talking about like
yeah.
having like one horn, and actually having like
Devil
be able
horns.
to like throw some gel in there and have a couple hair horns coming out.
That's the thing though. It's like you have to dedicate yourself to like I'm gonna do this for 2 years,
At
and
least, yeah.
I'm gonna look like a fucktard for 2 years until I can get this look going.
And even when you get the look going, that would be.
Yeah.
Oh, you know
So-
what? Dyeing that and my beard green and driving the Zamboni during a battalion game, that'd be kind of cool.
I'm
That'd be
actually
kinda
I'm actually frightened to see what I'd look like now if I actually let my hair grow out. Like it's been literally 20 years or more since I've let my hair grow out, and since that before that point I've lost a lot more actual hair follicles in that period. Like I'm actually like, man, it would
I
just
might
look
get
weird.
I might get kicked off of Lee's channel for this, but
Jesus
that's what I'm having.
Christ.
You know what, Lee? I don't think you never watched Seinfeld. You were a fan of Seinfeld?
No.
There's an episode of that show where
Nobody's
Elaine,
perfect.
you know the characters. I'm assuming those. So Elaine
Yeah,
is dating a guy who's got a shaved head, and she sees a picture of him back when he used to have hair, and she said, "Oh my god,
his driver's license.
yeah, your hair's amazing." So she convinces him to like grow his hair back out, and he's been shaving for so long he didn't realize that he's actually going bald. And there's this whole thing where George comes in and like because George is bald and he gives the guy like he's like, oh, you know, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, this is gonna. It was just, it was funny, but like that kind of happened with me because I've just been like doing that no guard on the razor thing for so long because it was just easy to maintain and whatever, and then realized at one point I'm like, wow, this is actually really kind of thinning out the top, and I am scared to even try. Like I don't want to sound like a dick, but I don't feel like I pull off the Ashley Sexton.
No. And Ashley Sexton's got like the where like it's receding, but it's like receding kind of uniformly. Like
Yeah, he doesn't have the whole. Well, I've at the same time, does he actually have to maybe do a bit of maintaining to not have like random little islands of hair? And
So yeah, my take on Ashley is, first of all, I feel Ashley is a perfect candidate of somebody who would look way better if he shaved his head. Granted, I haven't seen Ashley in forever, so maybe he does now. I don't know, but I think Ashley should shave his head. But if he chooses not to, that's fine. I do feel he needs to maintain it better. I feel he lets it grow out too much, and it just looks too disheveled.
there's a subreddit, just r/bald, that occasionally, like, I'm not even sure why. I don't know. My Reddit's using its camera to spy on me or something, but it just came up one day, and it's basically pictures of people who like.
Okay.
I finally decided to do it and show like the pictures of them before and after, and
So much, almost always
It's-
so much better.
and the support of the community. Like it's one of those subreddits where it's like, holy shit, these people are nice. It's pretty cool.
see here's the thing. It's like most men who go bald, they don't look like Jason Statham. They don't look like Jude Law. Like they, I know Jude
Well,
Law's had
Danny
work
DeVito.
done to like replace his hair and shit. But like, Jason
I-
Statham,
I
perfect
know nothing
example.
I know nothing of Jude Law being bald. What?
Yeah, Jude Law was
He's bald. He's
for
bald
the
nowadays.
longest time receding hairline. But he I think he had some work done to like fix it recently in the last few years. But like He was
okay, yeah.
yeah.
Like I'm not seeing so much bald, but balding when just had the he pulls off the little bit of island of hair in the middle kind of thing pretty
Right.
well.
But like
He still has his face. You know what I'm
Big
saying?
Jason Statham. Jason Statham has been able to pull off the like, I've still got stubble everywhere kind of look. You know, like he rarely goes like totally bald. He's still got like the manly like I got stubble. I am going bald and everything. But I'm Jason Statham. I've got like an 8-pack on my fucking stomach. I look awesome.
He's
He
got
can pull that shit off.
he's got a pretty good voice too. To be honest,
He
Jason
does.
Statham's voice is well. Then there's The Rock, who
The
is
Rock,
just a mutant of a human, but like
But he totally shaves his head. But you know,
does he these days? Because I remember
Yeah, he does.
Bruce Willis. Even how about him? He definitely.
He's shaved his head for a while.
yeah.
Like, I'm pretty sure he shaved it because he basically didn't have much left to grow.
Right.
I feel
Even in Die Hard, he was kind of having the whole receding thing going on.
He definitely
but-
was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel both Jason Statham and The Rock, not so much about their hairlines, but I find in general they both are very good at playing themselves. Like every movie,
Yeah.
it's kind of Jason Statham and The Rock. Which, to be fair, I mean Schwarzenegger, my favorite action star of all time, he kind of does the same thing, where he's pretty much Arnold Schwarzenegger in every movie.
That's what I love about
But-
Jason Statham. Like, I think he's one of the last vestiges of that old school tough guy Hollywood actor who basically just played himself in every
Action
fucking movie.
hero.
Like Clint Eastwood, like Charles Bronson, like those people. He's kind of like one of the last remaining vestiges of that. His only problem is that he has a lot of really bad movies under his belt that no one really
Yes.
watches. And like as opposed to like, you know, a Charles Bronson who, you know, he had a handful of bad movies, but he had like a ton of really great movies. Arnold Schwarzenegger had a ton of really great movies. You know, Lee Marvin had a ton of really great movies. Whereas Jason Statham had a lot of like
Lee
direct to video stuff that just wasn't as good. Like the industry changed, and
same thing with Bruce Willis. Although Bruce Willis was because of his
Mm.
mental condition, he just wanted to make money. But
well, I mean, I think even before that, Bruce Willis was like phoning it in on a bunch of shit too. Like
Yeah.
before he knew his diagnosis and all that. So
yeah, I mean, I know the first three Die Hards are excellent. I mean, I'm not as big of a fan as the third one, but I know people love that movie. But even the fourth one, not a terrible movie, not a great movie. But then you got the fifth one that was just like, oh my god,
that was
this is
shit.
Like goddamn Mercedes advertisement.
yeah,
I never saw the third, fourth, and the fifth, but I remember the first three are classics.
Had
You know
four
what?
of them got Kevin Smith in it.
The fourth
Because that
one.
makes it a good movie.
Kevin
Smith hasn't made a good movie in years.
Kevin Smith on his evening with, I think it was the first or second one, the evening with Kevin Smith, where he talks about that movie and just the whole interaction with Bruce Willis. Like knowing the background of that makes it kind of a bit more funny.
See, I think for me, I walked into Die Hard 4. By walked in, I mean, I think I walked into my living room. I don't think I ever watched it in the theaters. In fact, I know I didn't. But when I first saw it, I think it was called a Good Day to Die Hard, or was it Live Free or Die Hard? I think it Live Free or Die Hard.
Live Free, yeah, I think it's the one.
So when I watched that movie, I had no expectations. Okay, like again, I will go on record saying Die Hard 1 probably, it's definitely, if not the best, one of the best action movies of all time. Definitely the best Christmas movie of all time. No argument there. I love part 2. I know a lot of people don't like part 2. I actually really think part 2 is really good. I like part 3 less than most people, but I still think it's a good movie.
Naked Tai Chi at the beginning of the movie, man. It's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Part three is like really where Die Hard though as a franchise really became like mainstream, where it's just
it goes a different
Yeah.
direction. By the way, just random, the guy who played the villain in Die Hard 2 is also the death in the Bill and Ted movies. So just a fun fact there.
yeah.
So I go into Die Hard 4 and I'm just like, no expectations, just kind of wanted to watch it. I'm like, I like Timothy Oliphant, he's
he's
how do
great.
you pronounce his name? I like him, so I'm like, okay,
Oliphant.
cool. He's the villain in it. I saw it. I'm like, you know what? Not a bad movie. Definitely.
That's the fire sale one with like Justin Long or whatever. isn't
Yeah,
it?
exactly.
Yes.
And
Yeah, well,
definitely
that's
to
one
me,
where you killed the helicopter with a car.
yes. So I mean,
that was fun. That was fun.
There's definitely some questionable scenes in it, but to me, I was like, okay, this is easily the worst Die Hard movie, but I still enjoyed it.
It was
Whereas
fun.
I saw part 5 and I'm like, this is easily the worst Die Hard movie, but it's shit.
Yeah, it's
remember
easily
the
the worst Die Hard movie. It's also just a shit fucking movie.
I remember
altogether.
the whole Mercedes thing. Like every second car in that movie was a Mercedes, and at one point when they're on the freeway or something, they're in like one of those G wagons, I think, and they somehow drive up on top of the traffic, and the traffic is so bumper to bumper and close together. They're just like driving over the cars. It was the most unrealistic goddamn thing I've ever seen in my life.
So I'm trying to think. Was it the fourth one, and then it continued into the fifth, or was it the fifth one where they basically censored the yippee-ki-yay motherfucker? Like they changed it.
It was the fourth. It was the fourth one. I don't remember what they did in the fifth one because I've kind of blocked that movie out of my mind, to be honest. But they censor it in part 4. Even in like the regular cut, yippee ki and then he shot the guy, and then like you didn't hear the motherfucker.
Yeah, so that's when they went the
I don't recall
Expendables
that.
route, where we're gonna do this PG-13 or whatever kind of thing.
Yeah, which again, I understand you want to make money, but no, like a good action movie should be rated R. Like it shouldn't be.
The first Expendables movies that was a hell of a thing. I remember the first time I saw that being like,
the second one is the best one though. The second one is better than the first.
The second one is also the first two are just great in my opinion.
Jean-Claude Van Damme is a bad guy.
Yeah, that was.
He was good. He was good in that. It was good. I didn't mind part 3.
Chuck Norris as well. And then Arnold was in it more when he just rips the door off the smart car. That was pretty hilarious.
Well, that was the thing, is that they had all these heroes in. They all had kind of their moments. They all had kind of their cheesy lines and stuff. Whereas part 3, I liked. I didn't think it was as good, but part 3 was still enjoyable.
Part 3 had the Antonio Banderas was like my favorite part of that one, where he's like begging to be part of the group or whatever.
Yeah.
And then that Mel Gibson. That was kind of like
Mel Gibson.
That was him kind of on his like bit of comeback thing after the being gone. He's still not really
after being super aesthetic. That was his comeback. Yeah,
I feel Mel Gibson at this point is basically back at Hollywood. Like I feel he's amended his ways. Like
he's not nearly as like high level in Hollywood, though. You know what I mean? Like he's back doing movies, but he's not as
back doing B movies.
You put his name on your poster. You're not guaranteed the crowd you used to be.
I loved him in that Santa Claus movie. Was really good.
That was a great movie.
That was
and the with Walter Goggins, whatever, the guy that
was
plays
that
the bad
Boss
guy.
Level? Was it called there, Kerry?
Yeah, that was good.
Boss Level was fun.
That was a real fun movie.
Listen, if they ever get their shit together and make a Lethal Weapon 5, I'll be all over that. That'll hopefully be good. But
I remember Lethal 4 being the first Lethal Weapon movie I ever watched. I don't remember why we had it on VHS at our house. I watched it many times. Jet Li was great in that movie.
Oh yeah.
So have you guys seen? So speaking of Mel Gibson, have you guys seen Dragged Across Concrete?
No.
So that's Mel Gibson and Vince Vaughn as dirty cops.
Oh,
and
you had me at Vince Vaughn.
I'm a Vince Vaughn.
Isn't it? No, didn't you tell us it's by the same guy that made the other Vince Vaughn movie?
Yeah, the Cell Block Brawl Cell Block 99.
That movie was good,
slow.
Despite being way too long, way too slow. But that movie was so good.
Overall, it was good, but it had some serious pacing issues.
So
the only problem was that it kind of dragged on through the middle. But man, that fucking ending was good.
So Dragged Across Concrete is also equally brutal in many ways. It also is long and drags a teeny bit, not as much as Brawl and Cell Block 99. And it's Mel Gibson as a dirty cop. Vince Vaughn is a dirty cop. They're both despicable pieces of shit, but you follow them because they're, tangentially the heroes of the piece, because the villains in it are just so irredeemably psychotic monsters that you just can't help but kind of cheer for Mel Gibson and Vince Vaughn. And it's a really great fucking crime picture, just like exploitation crime picture. That feels like one I'm going to have to show on a movie night for you guys. I think you'll enjoy it.
Okay.
No, I definitely want to watch.
What's that movie that came out with fucking Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell?
Oh,
There.
the other guys?
Yeah. Then The Rock and Samuel L. Jackson were the other fucking
Yeah, they jumped off a building and died.
aim for the bushes.
Yeah.
And then there's like 4 stories in the air.
Yeah.
That was a pretty funny movie. And Will Ferrell's wife was it Eva Mendes, her name? Just fucking one of the sexiest goddamn ladies in the world. It's funny shit.
We have 2 people watching for some reason. I don't
What's
think
up?
they've commented unless they've like made like
Might
off
be
the
late at
color.
least, though.
Yeah, unless they made like off the collar comments that like would not pick up on StreamYard because they got censored on YouTube. Say hi.
Say hi. Feel free to
Let us
join
know
us
what
if
you're
you
drinking.
want. Yeah, let us know if you're drinking. If you're not drinking, tell us what you're not drinking. So it's the 28th of February. I wonder if Dan is having a beer tomorrow because tomorrow's technically not a real day. So
Yeah, it's a mystery.
Oh, yeah, it's a made up day.
Yeah.
So I mean, no, technically there's no reason why Dan couldn't have a golden ticket.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's like daylight savings time. It's made up bullshit that doesn't really need to exist.
But no, yeah, that no, I would definitely look forward to that Vince Vaughn movie. But listen, Mel Gibson. I mean, I don't know how much of you guys are fans of Lethal Weapon. I'm a big fan of that franchise. That movie, and unfortunately, it never can be the same because Richard Donner died. But that movie, that series is so goddamn consistent. It has all the same actors in it, right down to all his family members, his kids, all that shit are the same actors they were from the first movie to the fourth movie, which admittedly the fourth movie came out at this point like 25 years ago. Like I just so many series are so inconsistent where they have different writers, different directors, sometimes different actors. I love that series because it is always the same people. It's always the same director, same writer. And it's just like,
Oh, did Shane Black write all of them?
I actually don't know that. I'm actually going to correct myself. I'm not 100% sure on that. I'll fact check myself. But anyway, everything else about it is it's all the same. So it's like, even though, yes, I mean, the first one is by far the best movie. The second one is underrated, but still fantastic. Third and fourth are good, not as good.
Much of I've even seen the third one up to this point.
But you know what? That series is just such a good series that just, I don't know. Like, I just love the fact that it's like you can watch all of them and there's no real bad one. It's just almost every other movie series, you're like, okay, it's good until the first or second movie and then it drops off a cliff. It's like, no, all the Lethal Weapons are good. You know, maybe the first one's still the best one, but the other ones are still really good.
See, I've seen the first one. And I liked it okay. I thought it was pretty good. I've never seen 2 and 3. I saw 4 where Jet Li just like kicked the fuck out of Mel Gibson, Danny Glover for half the movie or whatever. And yeah, I enjoyed
I've
them.
seen 1 and 4, and I can't remember what other one I saw.
I'm pretty sure I watched like 1 and 2 with you guys, or like at least like maybe Nick and Greg.
Wouldn't have been me. I was not present for any of that.
I remember watching 1.
So I would say, I mean, like, you know, part 3, I mean, you know, if you want to watch the whole series, definitely it's worth watching. But part 2 is almost as good as the first one. Like, I would say it might be one of the best sequels of all time. So it's definitely, I would say, worth watching because it's one of those movies. It's not one of those movies like Aliens that actually, well, I guess depending who you talk to, some people like Aliens more, some people prefer Alien, but some people would argue it's better. Godfather 2, they'd argue is better. Terminator 2, you could argue is better. It's not one of those sequels where I'd say it's better than the first one, but it's pretty close to as good as the first one.
See, like, it's interesting. Like, James Cameron made 2 franchises where the first movie, I think, is absolutely perfect. And then the second movie is also absolutely perfect, but it's a totally different movie. So it's weird to compare because it goes to a different genre. Like, Terminator, the first movie, I consider that movie a slasher movie. I know some people argue with
it's way more horror-y for sure.
It's more of a sci-fi-ish slasher, but yes, 100%. You boil it down, it's a slasher movie.
Still a slasher movie, and I think it's a perfect one. And then Terminator 2 comes along, and that's like a big budget sci-fi action movie that is also perfect. Aliens. So Alien is
that's more horror.
Yeah. So like Alien is is almost like a haunted house and space movie. It's very much like a slow paced suspense movie and stuff like that until it picks up with the alien killing people and shit. But it's very much like almost haunted house in space. And then Aliens, James Cameron comes along and does fucking like a Vietnam allegory,
Probably
in
one of the best space action movies of all time.
Yeah, and it's an absolutely perfect fucking movie. And like honestly, every version of that movie is perfect. Like I like the Ridley Scott director's cut, special edition, regular theatrical edition. I think they're all absolutely perfect.
Then whoever
the Alien
and pissed all over it.
Alien Isolation, I've only seen bits and pieces, and
it's a fantastic game.
Yeah, I think I don't know if I can handle that level of fucking being terrified. Like, I'm not a huge horror guy to begin with. Like I want to say 95% probably of all the horror movies I've watched in my life have been with you guys up to this point.
Oh wow!
I had a girlfriend in high school who liked them, so I remember watching like Pumpkinhead and fucking like some other weird shit with her, but that with like not a lot of them.
Did you love her since high school? What's going
on? Who was the guy that did
all I heard was since high school. What did you say, Lee?
I was just gonna say, did you love her since high school?
I did love her, actually. She was
okay. Nick, go ahead.
The third Alien. Who was the guy that directed? He did a bunch of
David Fincher.
David Fincher, but he's done some good movies, if I recall.
Yeah, but he was severely limited. He was severely limited on that one, though. The studio basically took over that movie for him.
Well, yeah, and I think there were, if I'm not mistaken, I think there was people before him that were working on it before he sort of came onto it. So he was just kind of like he was just kind of like, we need someone to sit behind the camera. You're the guy, but otherwise, like the studio's kind of dictating how the movie's going to be. But honestly,
Alien 3 was
never arrested for success.
I'm gonna disagree. I think Alien 3 is not bad.
I mean, if you compare it to like Alien Resurrection, or frankly, even
I don't hate any of them really. It's
it's
a major drop off from the second, and I don't like what they did with they just ranges the characters in the second movie were killed off.
No, that's the big, like, again, it's for me, it's like how I view Halloween, where it's like Halloween 1 or 2 are the only movies that I consider canon, and then the rest of it's just like, okay, this is fun. Like
the rest of them are fan fiction. Although I will say Halloween 2018, and I enjoyed Halloween Kills. I know it's divisive, but I enjoyed it.
I hadn't seen the first two until we watched those in order, and the way that first movie flows into the second movie, I've never really seen any other movie do something like that.
Alien,
Halloween
1 and 2?
Yeah, like Lord of the Rings, I guess something where it's like an actual story being told like that. But usually,
no, Halloween.
It's like the first one didn't stop. You could just keep watching them.
Ghostbusters 1 and 2. How number 2 just starts like 4 years later or whatever, something like that. It was
No, Halloween is good. And that was my biggest problem until Halloween Ends, which is just an absolute trash can of a movie. But with the new trilogy that came out, that was my biggest thing. Is I'm like, okay, I understand that there's the whole sister angle they don't like about Halloween 2, and I agree. I think the sister thing kind of makes it a little cheesy. You could have easily just made up some bullshit of, oh, Dr. Loomis was wrong, and actually she wasn't his sister. That was just something, some kids did that graffiti in the school or whatever. Because the graffiti thing didn't make sense. He had time to break into a school and write sister on a wall. That was kind of stupid. Yeah. So it was like, you could have easily retconned that, just been like, oh, some stupid kids were just doing a prank or something like that. Because Halloween 2 was fucking awesome. The fact they even used scenes from Halloween 2 in the new trilogy, even though Halloween 2 apparently doesn't exist. So it's like, that was problematic. I mean, Halloween 2018 was really good, my opinion.
I will agree that Halloween 2018 was pretty great.
It was really good. And Halloween Kills was a fucking train wreck of a movie, but it was entertaining. I found it entertaining as fuck personally. I think the middle of it was just stupid and unneeded, but I just love the fact that it was just like, we're going to make Michael Myers the Terminator in this movie, and let's just do it. And they fucking did it. And then in Halloween Ends, even though it was made by the exact same people, Halloween Ends, they're just like, we're going to do the exact opposite and make Michael Myers an old man that just is non-existent anymore.
Yeah, they were going for the whole like evil transfers from one person to another thing, and it's like, okay, fuck off.
Oh, it was so. Have you seen Halloween Ends, Lee? I know you're avoiding.
I watched it, and it was.
It's
trash.
so bad. Oh god, it's so bad.
It was like, absolute trash. But fucking like, I really do like Halloween 1 and 2 and how they flow together, and the whole sister angle, like the 2018 one, how they explain that away. That's fine. That works for me. Like, yeah, they were just mistaken. Like he was not related, and that makes it scarier. Like that makes it like that goes back to the central conceit of the original Halloween, where it's like, why is he following these people? Just because he saw them. That's the only reason.
Yeah.
He only fixated on her because he saw her. She's not important in any other way. There's nothing mystical or supernatural going on with how he picks his victims. It's just he saw her, and that's a very like it's both a weirdly human concept and also an alien concept, because it's like you're always racking your brain as to why he picks a person, because you don't ever really know. Like it's very. It just makes you think, like, why is he going after these people? Like, it makes no sense. Like, they've done nothing to him. The only thing they've done is get in his way. They've gotten in, like, he's seen them. Like, when Laurie Strode walks up to the fucking door of the Myers house and puts the keys or whatever down, and he's standing on the other side of the door and sees her, that's the only trigger. That's just the thing. He sees her, and from the rest of the movie, he's dedicated to killing her. And there's no reason why other than he wants to kill her.
Well, you know, I'll just say a great example of that. I'll be quick, Carrie. I'll be quick.
No.
It's like an orgy. I'll be quick.
No worries.
No, it's like look at Black Christmas. Never got a sequel, and it's almost like a very similar situation. You know, I personally think Halloween's probably better than Black Christmas. But they're both similar movies where it's seemingly people are being picked at random for no reason by some crazy person.
Have to have a sequel though. Like Black Christmas was perfect on its own. And
it kind of is. And if Halloween never had a sequel, it would almost be like Black Christmas, where there's a certain part of me that's like, oh, I wish there was a sequel to Black Christmas. But at the same time, it's like, it's kind of perfect because there wasn't.
There wasn't. You never knew who the killer was.
Because it leaves you guessing, like, because the killer's still out there, and it's like, why did all this happen? You don't know. And that's the scariest part, because you're racking your brain forevermore, like, why did this happen? You're never going to solve the mystery. And like with what was I going to say? I don't even know. I totally lost my thought process. Oh, well, that's good.
What I was going to say before, just randomly going back to that same girl with the horror movies, saw Halloween H2O in theaters with her back in the day. Don't remember much of the movie because I was doing things with my hands.
And her pants.
Yeah, probably something like that.
Right.
Fingering her, okay, we get it.
Well, it was, you know.
Yeah, no, Halloween H2O.
Getting her little H2O'd up.
Incredibly flawed movie, but I still kind of applaud what they tried to do with it. It's just when it was made in the context that it was made with, it had no chance to be good. Like it and even
it was a 90s horror movie. They struggled.
Yeah, the Kevin Williamson thing where he was the wonder kid who did Scream and shit for a while, and
there's nobody talks about the Rob Zombie ones.
I like the Rob Zombie ones. I will go on record as saying I really enjoyed the first Rob Zombie, despite the fact I know they're incredibly flawed movies. I still enjoy the first Rob Zombie, and the second Rob Zombie I hated at first. I've come around to it. It's not a good Halloween movie, but it's an interesting Rob Zombie movie to watch it.
I'll say the Rob Zombie Halloweens, he had a vision for them and he went with it. And there is like I feel dirty saying this, but like I think Rob Zombie is a bit of a auteur director in a way where he has a certain aesthetic and vision that he puts in his movies, and he went with them. And especially with Halloween 2, where they were going to take it away from him, so he just like went hardcore into it and like went weird. And I don't think it works as a movie, but I do applaud the fact that like he tried to do something different with it. And also I really do kind of like that he did Halloween 2 in like the first like 20 minutes of the movie.
Yeah.
And then went on to do his own Halloween 2.
And then basically, spoilers, it was a dream sequence.
Yeah, which was kind of disappointing because it's like, oh shit, he's actually doing Halloween 2 in the hospital. That's kind of cool. And then it cuts away. But at the same time, I was just like, he swung for the fences with it. Like you can't say Rob Zombie didn't swing for the fences.
The only one I ever actually saw was the first one, and I felt like it was just a little over the top. But maybe it was.
Oh, it was very over the top. It was a Rob Zombie movie. Everything Rob Zombie does is over the top. But the thing is, I mean, I didn't really love the first half of the new that Rob Zombie Halloween movie. But if you take the second half of the Rob Zombie Halloween movie, it's basically like the first Halloween, just an ultra violent, gory version of it. And I'm like,
right,
I kind of like this. Like, this is kind of entertaining. And the second one, again, it's really neat what they kind of do at the beginning to kind of almost summarize Halloween 2. And then it goes in its own direction. It's like, if you actually like Rob Zombie's aesthetic, and I understand most people don't because he's kind of a very hillbilly-ish, gory director.
Yeah.
It kind of is an interesting movie. And the thing is, here's the thing about Rob Zombie movies. In both the first Halloween and the second Halloween, watching the theatrical versus the director's cut, completely different movies.
Yeah, true.
Completely different movies that have different endings. So
yeah.
You know, you almost have to watch 4 movies to kind of get the whole Rob Zombie epic. If you're not dedicated like I am, you probably don't want to do that. But it is like they are completely different movies, which is kind of just really interesting. I really like the thing I also liked about the first one is he liked the cast. What do we got there? Dark Street, London. What is that? London, Dark Streets of London. What is it? What kind of beer is it though?
Porter,
is it porter?
Read the label.
I can only see Dark Streets of London. I can't see the bottom.
If I recall correctly, Ashley Sexton really liked the
ESP. Okay,
Clifford
there we go.
Porter.
Oh, okay.
Did they actually give it a name? Is that what it is? They used to be
ESP.
Clifford Porter. Oh, it's the ESP.
But
Ashley Sexton used to really like the Clifford Porter, if I recall correctly.
He was a big fan of that. But what I liked about Rob Zombie is that he used, in the first movie especially, he used a lot of horror actors. So he used Dee Wallace in that, played a role. Kevin Foray played a role in that. Like, it's just like, you got all these like really like kind of like nerdy actors that if you didn't know who they were, you wouldn't know who they were. But it's just like, that's kind of cool that you just got these people.
I think I've only seen 2 of his. I saw the House of a Thousand Corpses that I really didn't enjoy a whole lot, and then the Devil's Rejects I thought was actually like when Greg said earlier I was gone, and Greg said something about him always going over the top. Devil's Rejects was kind of like just very mainstream.
That was a bit more restrained. That and The Devil's Third, I think, are probably his most restrained movies that are probably maybe
I never
more
saw
for
that
the general
I actually
audience.
just picked up a copy of Devil's Rejects on Blu-ray.
Devil's Rejects really good. House of a Thousand Corpses is basically a remake of Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yes.
They just kind of
Texas Chainsaw 2, more specifically.
Well,
You know what, I never thought about it like that before, but I
mean, Texas Chainsaw 1 was really good, but I haven't seen the second.
I watched
really?
a Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie at one point, and I kind of do get the parallels you're talking about.
It's kind of is a remake.
Kind of some people on like a bit of a road trip stumble across a farm of fucking horrifying people.
Yeah. Who treat people like
and they basically retcon most of it out of the Devil's Rejects. Like they basically kind of just ignore most of it and just they're like, okay, well, it's just these 3. And as far as it wasn't Captain Spaulding, wasn't he like a good guy. Like, did they reveal he was a bad guy in the first movie, or was it the second movie they revealed?
House of a Thousand Corpses. I remember wasn't he the one like driving the car at the end or something?
He like they reveal that like he's connected with the family. He picks up the survivor.
Oh, okay.
And it's like, oh shit, okay, she's dead, kind of thing.
Going way back though, so Lee, so you're not a fan of Aliens, or you are a fan of Aliens? Like I didn't quite pick that up.
Big fan of Aliens and Alien and Aliens.
Yeah, see, I think like so. Here's the thing: is I feel obviously because of who made them, I feel Terminator 1, Terminator 2 are similar movies. I personally prefer Terminator 2, but I love the first Terminator. It's like saying like Terminator 2 is a 10. Terminator 2 is my personal favorite movie of all time. It's a 10 out of 10. That's like the first Terminator is like a 9.999 out of 10. It's like, it's so good. I also love Aliens. I do prefer Aliens over Alien. I've never found Alien to be scary. For whatever reason, I guess because it's a situation I'd never be in. I'm likely never going to be in a space station. So because I can't put myself in that situation, I don't find it scary. But first Alien's a great movie, no doubt about it. But I've always found Aliens to just be, to me, that much better than Aliens. I guess as original movies, I prefer Terminator over Alien. But I think in both cases the sequels are superior in my humble opinion.
Saying which one's better between Aliens and Terminator 2 is kind of like trying to pick
they're both great. Well, I had a conversation with Agnes that might end in divorce because I was actually just asking her. We were just watching we're watching The Abyss or something. I was asking her what she thought because she's seen all James Cameron movies, and I was saying like, what are your personal favorite James Cameron movies? And she put Aliens at the bottom. She's like, I didn't like that movie. I'm like, so you put Titanic and Avatar 2 over Alien? She's like, yeah, I like those movies better. I'm like,
all right, kick her out of the house tonight. Yeah,
I mean, I'm like, I let her sleep in the house that night, but I really wasn't comfortable with it. I was like, come on, like really?
I'm muted. Nice. When I watch movies, for me, like a big part of it is just whenever there's like a big effects shot kind of thing happening, like how well that's done sticks with me. Titanic was kind of groundbreaking in that sense. It was fucking so well done in terms of all the effects, a lot of it practical and shit.
Yeah.
And then comparing like Terminator 2 to Aliens had some beautiful practical shit going on.
In
Titanic Terminator 2 was one of the first usages of some really crazy CGI to get like the T-1000 done. So like it's hard for me to kind of pick. Like I don't think I'd watched Aliens until again I watched it with some of you guys, and it was fantastic. I've seen
James Cameron was fucking on fire back in the 80s and 90s.
My dad took me to the theater to see Terminator 2 actually when I was a kid. I remember that. I saw that. I saw Jurassic Park in the theater. I saw Demolition Man in the theater.
Well, Jurassic Park was one of my favorite movies of all time. Did James Cameron actually do Demolition Man?
No, I don't think so.
I'm just thinking. No, he did True Lies. I saw True Lies on TV.
Have you only seen it once?
Yeah, only the once.
It's worth a rewatch. True Lies was great. We had that on VHS for them, but Jamie Lee Curtis, the
True Lies.
Terminator 2 I watched so many times during the 90s.
True Lies is absolutely a fantastic movie.
Titanic's well done. I mean, say what you want about the mushy stuff about the romance story, but it is a pretty well made movie, and it's a fucking marathon to watch.
Yeah.
True Lies has some of the worst ADR I've ever seen in a movie near the end.
ADR.
The scene where his daughter's on the automated dialogue replacement. Like there's a scene where his daughter's like hanging off a plane and she's screaming like, "Dad, help me." And her mouth is just absolutely not saying anything even close to that. Like when movies do shit like that, it just takes me right out.
True Lies you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh.
Aside from that, great movie.
I didn't realize that like after Titanic, James Cameron did nothing until Avatar came out 12 years later. And then
I mean,
all
he
he's
was-
done the last 10 years is
worked-
Avatar.
Avatar was a thing, like one of those like that. That's like his magnum opus, I guess you could say. Like that's the thing that he has been
Yeah.
working on, theorizing for a long time.
Well, didn't he between Titanic and that? Didn't he do that documentary of like, here I am under the sea? Or did he do
Oh
that
yeah,
before Titanic?
that's right. He did that with that Ghosts of the Abyss or something with Bill Paxton.
Yeah,
Like
So,
James
like-
Cameron is like you don't like unless you know, which at this point because of the whole Titan thing that happened. Well, more people know, but yeah, James Cameron is one of like the world's foremost experts
In
on
oceanography,
extreme
yeah.
sea, on extreme deep sea exploration and shit like
'Cause
that.
he dived down to the Titanic. He also dived down to the Challenger Deep.
Yeah, he went.
Yeah.
He went like he went down the Marianas Trench, didn't he? Like they fucking
Yeah,
like went like
Challenger
just
Deep. That's where the
stupid
Marianas
deep.
Trench is.
yeah, and he almost killed half the cast of the Abyss because he.
Oh yeah, because he dived him down too deep.
yeah,
Who was it that almost died? Was it
Ed
was
Harris,
Bill
I think,
Paxton? Ed
almost-
Harris. Okay.
almost died. Yeah,
That's good. He lived to be the bad guy at the end of Snowpiercer.
Enemy at the
Fucking
Gate had
movie.
Ed Harris in it. That he was good in that one.
Well, he's a great
Oh,
actor, but yeah, that's I'm not just if
What
you've
else
seen
was Ed Harris in?
Snowpiercer was such a
uh,
fucked up movie, which
Ed
is funny
Harris
because
is in. Ed
the
Harris
show
is
is great.
Ed Harris is in Creep Show. Early role for
Oh,
Ed
yeah.
Harris where he boogie dances.
Nice.
Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe.
Yeah,
Yes.
he's in
Not
History of
good.
Violence, where he's got a big scar down one of his eyes and shit.
That was a weird movie with Viggo Mortensen.
It's a great.
Did I
movie.
watch? I can't remember. Did we watch Creep Show with you guys, or did I watch it with Agnes?
I don't
can't
You,
remember.
remember.
you watched it with me, I think.
Oh, maybe I watched it with Nick. Yeah, because it was like, oh, look, there's Ed Harris and Creep
Ed Harris-
is a good movie.
Ed Harris is like one of those guys who was like a really good character actor through the 80s and stuff, and he was never in anything super big. And then he started popping up in things at the late 80s, early 90s, and all of a sudden became a big star.
Oh,
I mean, he's all he's in The Rock. He's
Yeah, I was just
the bad guy in
that's
The
what I was
Rock.
just gonna
Uh,
say. He was the big bad
he
guy
was
in the Rock.
the Apollo 13 control room
Right.
guy, and
No,
Yeah.
probably an unpopular opinion, but I always felt maybe because I saw it first and it was just in my mind.
played
I
Paul.
always
Jackson
I was
Pollock
like
in the movie
Creep.
Paul.
I was like Creep Show 2
Brother,
more
my
than I
brother.
like Creep Show 1.
I like Creep Show 2 better as well.
Oh wait, so I was just about to say Ed Harris. Been around, been a good, but nothing I can think of where he's like the star. But Nick just said, was he like the star of this Pollock?
Yeah,
movie,
he was
I'm assuming?
Jackson Pollock in the movie Pollock about the American painter.
I'm shocked they called the movie Pollock.
Yeah.
Absolutely shocked.
Yeah, no, like
After-
he
after
has
the painter.
he has.
I
been
know.
this-
It's just whenever they make a movie about a person, they almost always just name the movie the person's last name. I feel like that's a bit of a cliche at this point.
he has been the star and stuff, but like for the most part, he's usually a supporting character kind of guy.
Yeah, but
Your
does it
character
very,
actor.
very well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
Well,
you look
Paul
at
Giamatti, I'd say he's like more often than not a fantastic supporting actor, but
Right.
doesn't like he's had his own things, but more like some people are just more well known for their amazing supporting roles.
I mean
Nothing wrong with
that's kind of the niche like actors end up filling, right? Where it's like, okay, this guy has a well-loved string of doing like these character parts. Well,
Like,
we're gonna
like
use them for that.
Ben Stein in the Ghostbusters movie.
Is he in the Ghostbusters movie?
For like one line, it's like when they're talking to the mayor, Ben Stein is there, and he
Is he?
says
Okay.
says something about
Isn't it
something.
Ben Stein and Ferris Bueller's Day Off just doing the Bueller.
Oh yeah, that he's the one that says Bueller.
Yeah.
Bueller.
Or
But Reno, I think I mentioned this before,
German
but the game show that used to be on
Ben Stein's funny.
originally Jimmy Kimmel was the
Yeah,
co-host, and then some girl took over. But if it was truly like unprepared, unscripted, he's ended up being a dick. Probably was back then, but I didn't know
well,
as
I mean,
much. But
people forget that he was a speechwriter for Richard Nixon. He was a dick.
again, though, like, really, really smart. Can't deny. Like it was.
No,
it
he's
was
also
an
very
enjoyable
smart.
show.
he's very smart, but either he's a very incredible grifter, or he's just a massive stupid piece of shit with a blind spot when it comes to like his politics and stuff. So yeah, because like he has gone down the weird like creationist fundamentalist rabbit hole and conservative rabbit hole and shit like in recent years, where he's just like, oh yeah, no, Ben Stein, that guy used to be funny and interesting, he's a nutbag now.
Yeah. Sadly not uncommon in the world these days.
Yeah, like a lot of people who like spout like these conspiracy things and right-wing stuff, a lot of them are just grifters who like actually don't believe it.
No, they're like just going along with whatever's kind of popular to.
Yeah. Oh, look at
that. What like is
like
it? I didn't see any ABV, but is that what it should be for what it says on it?
It is 11%.
That is
come on.
Yeah,
so close.
Well, it's not an Ontario beer, so it doesn't have to strive for that 11.9.
It still should.
I mean, this is basically a shelf turd in the States. You can get this all the fucking time, and it is fucking delicious regardless. Like, I bought this at a Myers. Lord knows. Oh, it says nicely. Yeah, so I bought this in October of last year, and this was bottled on June 29th of last year. And it's still delicious, though. This is one of those beers. I mean, all it is, it's a basic bitch barrel-aged stout. But the thing is, this was something you could get in Michigan almost all the time before barrel-aged stouts were a big thing. Now most breweries make a barrel-aged stout of some sort that they release, once or twice a year.
I kind of bitched to the guy that a new guy recently took over the beer section of the one LCBO here in town. I'm slowly trying to like whip him into shape and there's get on some bourbon barrel aged stuff. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll check that out. And like he's like interested in this stuff. But like it's funny. GLB right now, Haze Mama is like on a promotion, so they're required to have a bunch of cans of it like outside of the fridge on the end of one of the aisles. I'm like, you realize these cans are just like being left out to die, right? Like it's.
Well, I mean, unless it takes months to sell, it'll probably be fine.
Yeah.
It just.
Carrie, you should just be buying the cases of it and getting the discount.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think I got a keg fridge and just fucking have a keg of it. It'd be sweet.
I mean, yeah, you could do that. I mean, I'm sure GLB sells kegs of it. It's a pretty popular beer for them.
I guess that Moosehead Hell's Box is supposed to be heading to Nova Scotia too.
I'll pick it up.
And then smash it on the ground.
No, I'm gonna pick it up. I'm gonna pick it up and say, "Hey, Scott, I'm drinking this, bitch. What are you gonna do about it?"
Hashtag bad friendly.
What are you gonna do about it, Scott? I am drinking this, and I'm making you homeless.
I mean, I feel Scott doesn't have a whole lot to do on nowadays. He can totally make it up there and murder you.
I mean, if he wants to waste the time and energy to murder me,
too busy doing DoorDash.
Yeah, I would not necessarily be opposed to it. Like, I'm not a person who necessarily wants to live a lot of years. So, if he wants to come kill me, that's fine. It's good.
Is Scott doing DoorDash?
Yeah, he's doing delivery. He said he's doing DoorDash, and he just started doing Uber Eats too.
Oh,
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Like, I mean, he's in kind of a tough situation.
Yeah,
I guess where you are, there isn't like I don't know if there is any other.
Yeah, he's not paying enough to.
More local company you can work for, because those Uber, DoorDash, Skip the amount of money they charge the restaurants and shit, and then the way their drivers work, like no tip on this fucking order that's prepaid. Oh, I'll deliver it last, and like just they're a bunch of douchebags. Generally, like, I'm not saying Scott's becoming a douchebag, but just like
no,
and just like working for this like call the restaurant directly. And that's when they call like Warp and a local company supporting local. And like I fucking get the number of times I hear it, at least once or twice, sometimes more. But like, holy shit, I didn't expect you to be nearly this fast. I don't screw around. The faster I get you your food, the more fresh it'll be. Generally, the more happy you'll be, the more inclined you are to maybe give me a good tip.
And the more teenagers are no longer a problem.
I had it delivered last night to a guy. $10 a regular fee. He was out of town enough for it to be $12, and he gave me a $30 tip.
Oh, there we go.
It's pretty cool.
Just a tip.
See, the universe figures itself out.
And then, well, yeah, I was just gonna say it balances out because then I had a delivery. Some chick. The food was $14 and something. She was far enough out of town. Her delivery charge was $18. So she paid more for the delivery than her actual food.
Yeah, but some people either don't have the means to drive or they're just fucking drunk or high and they just don't give a shit.
No,
So
it's neither of those two. There's a third option. You've just got that much money to throw away. I had pulled up and it's like,
well, yeah,
they were in the rich like area, that brand new fucking. It was actually really nice, and she had this little fucking, I don't know, hilariously adorable little dog, and she comes up to me and I'm like, is it friendly? He's like, mate, don't pet him, he might bite you, he doesn't like people. And like, he comes up and sniffing me and stuff. Within 3 seconds I'm fucking petting him. I'm like, he's, you know what you're talking about, but I'm like, no, he's friendly, what are you talking about? But yeah, she actually gave me, I think, like a $1-ish tip. But like, my whole mindset is like, if you're paying $18 delivery and you're ordering $14, at least order maybe something for later, or like your delivery charge isn't gonna change. I'd want to I'd want to be ordering at least a little bit more worth of food than the delivery charge, just to, I don't know, make my brain feel a bit better about it or something. I don't know.
I mean, I'm the same way. Like, if I'm ordering something like beer delivery, that, like, generally I'm with you, as I prefer places that give free delivery after a certain amount. But if they don't, like, for instance, Wellington does not do free delivery, but they make 4 flavors of hop water, and I like my hop water. So, like, for instance, I'll just order a whole whack load of them at once, since I know I have to pay that delivery fee. So I'm like, okay, well, I'll order enough to cover me for 2 months. Plus, my mom also likes hop water, so I'll order a bunch for her, and then we'll just split it. And it's not as bad of a delivery if you're just ordering all of it at once. I'm like, I'm gonna make you guys lose money.
I can't see what kind of beer that is, Lee. Can you hold it up longer so I can read the label? I can't see what kind of beer it is. Oh, it's right there on the label. Okay.
Boxing Rock IPA. Wow.
Bunch of blind bastards couldn't read ESB.
Well, to be fair, everyone was reading the bigger text.
I know, it is small, but I was like holding it up and like slowly fucking trying to get it to zoom in.
Also, we were all thinking that you were like, you weren't seeing that you were like cutting off part of the label, and that maybe the name of the beer was under that proportion.
Oh, no, I knew what I was doing.
I thought it was one of those established, and then like just didn't have a date on it, but my mind just read it as like, oh, it's established something, and I don't give a shit. What kind of beer is it?
Nice.
Oh, this Dragon Milk definitely. I will say probably this Dragon Milk's not as good as it used to be. It feels like it's a little less flavorful, but.
Well, dragons have been all gone for a long time now.
That is the problem in current society. But
they're just diluting what they have left now at this point.
This what frustrates me so much, though, is that there's so much good Michigan beer. Like, Michigan is such a good brewery state. Michigan, New York State, California, they're all so good when it comes to beer, and we get so little of them in Ontario because the LCBO is just a bunch of idiots that they're just like, well, everything has to be Ontario beer and then a little bit of European beer, and then maybe we'll get 1 or 2 U.S. products. It's like, but the U.S.
the amount of like
good products.
Well, it's not even that. It's like the amount of space they're obligated to have, like the macros and shit like that. That's like, fuck. So many.
It is.
I used to be part of the problem. The people with the garbage pallets buying that garbage beer.
Everyone
supporting that
everyone
garbage
everyone starts
part of
out
the
with
industry.
macro beers. Like I don't think anyone fucking starts out with being like, oh, I'm gonna just get into craft beer. No, most people probably start out with drinking Molson Canadian because
You're not wrong, or
that's
bought or
what the
something.
cheapest thing is.
Yeah, it's
When I went to a bar or
Molson
restaurant,
Canadian
it's
or
like,
Budweiser when I started.
it's like when I went to a restaurant, it's like, what is your cheapest beer? Well, Molson Canadian. I'll take Molson Canadian. Great.
But that's fair enough.
Molson Canadian, Budweiser is kind of what I started with drinking, but then I discovered like I didn't really like beer up until I discovered. Then I drank more harder things up until I discovered Guinness, and then Guinness is like the linchpin where I started drinking more and more beers that were not pale lagers because I ended up liking the taste of pale lagers or other alternatives better.
Mm-hmm.
Then it was like Pump House, Red Ale, and then Picaroon stuff. And then after that, it was just like when I discovered beer didn't taste like fucking Molson Canadian, that was the moment I started getting really into beer.
Well, you and I were both pretty lucky, Nick, in the sense that like we might have started out like, oh yeah, I'm drinking Keith's, you're drinking Molson or whatever. But like late 90s, where our drinking was like really kind of starting for real, that's right where fucking craft breweries were starting to explode in the Maritimes, where there was like a big boom all of a sudden where there was like 3 or 4 craft breweries. All of a sudden it's like, oh shit, what is this? Like this is different.
Like for me, it was like right around the end, like mid to late 90s when I discovered that there was a whole lot more to it. I remember like the first time a buddy of mine ever brought over like to one of the things I was at, brought over a bottle of like Propeller ESB.
Mm-hmm.
And trying that for the first time, I'm like, I was shocked at like how bitter it was, and I didn't like it at the time. But it was just kind of interesting. There was some different stuff, and then I remember trying like Moosehead used to take the Clancy's Amber Ale. I liked that. And then, but when it comes to like what we see modern day wise is different craft beers. Like stouts and porters and shit like that. That really didn't become popular until like the late 90s when you see, or red ales.
And also a thing was like when those craft breweries started popping up, my dad was starting to drink this stuff along with me. And he's like, oh, this tastes like some of the stuff I used to get when I was younger. Yeah. And like, so, between the 70s and the 90s, there is kind of this gulf where like different styles of beer were kind of dead, at least in North America, where they would just kind of disappeared and it was all just pale lagers, basically, kind of thing.
Well, you remember that Labatt Porter, like that one last like beer from like the 50s, 60s or something that the Labatt still made that we found in like somewhere in Quebec.
Right.
Did you ever try that?
No, I've never had it, but like. So, but my dad had memories of stuff like that, right? Because my dad was in the military in the 60s, I believe. And so he was traveling all over the place. He's going across the border to the U.S. and trying their beer and stuff like that. And, coming back. And he was all over like Canada and stuff and like trying different regional beers and stuff that still existed at the time before like some of the big companies just started like wiping out these regional breweries. So there really is like a disconnect. There really is a big gulf between like I'd say like mid to late 70s and all through the 80s up to like the mid 90s.
I feel like late 70s, 80s was like the big time frame when these premium or import beers became so much popular, and like buying your cleaner tasting lager was the better, like the more preferred thing. That the trend went to these blander and blander products, and it didn't really end until the craft beer movement took off in the 2000s.
Yeah, my dad was super excited when it's like, oh, so all of a sudden we're bringing home like Propeller and Garrison, and so it's like, oh shit, this tastes like stuff I used to be able to drink like 30 years ago.
Yeah,
that just like totally disappeared, and like I was like everyone else. The only thing you get is like Keith's or Molson or Olin's or whatever, and Moosehead, and that's all I drank, and because that's all you knew, and that was all that was available. But like late 90s, some craft breweries started sneaking into the NSLC, and voila, like fucking it. All of a sudden, people started buying that shit, and it became a thing. So
So like my dad, he didn't drink since before I could legally drink. So like, since I was in my early to mid teens, but he used to always tell me, like, once I kind of got into craft beers, he was like, I always just like Labatt IPA. And I actually just threw a picture of it into the chat. But I'm just like, I would love to actually try that, like what it was, because, like my dad. Okay. So even though he didn't drink, every once in a while, he would have a super small sip. And I'm saying like, an almost ungodly small sip of just literally almost wetting his tongue of just the beer I was having, just because he wanted to try it. And he'd be like, he almost didn't like anything hoppy. He definitely didn't like stouts. Like he tried a little. Last beer I remember him trying before he died was no, this wasn't right before he died, but it was the last thing I remember. He had a little bit Double Tempest, like a tiny sip of Double Tempest, and he's just like, no, I don't like this. It's way too bitter. Not good for me.
yeah.
But generally he basically didn't drink for 25 years before he kicked the bucket. But yeah, he used to tell me he used to love Labatt IPA, and I'm just like, I would love to know what Labatt IPA tasted like, because IPAs even then, like even if you were a craft brewery back then, what craft breweries existed back then? Like Sam Adams or something? Like
I feel like Labatt has just like,
Well,
like even Blue. Like Blue used to be all over the place when I was a kid. And now I can't remember the last time I saw somebody drinking a Blue.
Labatt Superbock, Lee.
Yeah, I don't even know if you can see that, but like
Oland's? What?
So it's Oland's Export India Pale Ale beer opener.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay.
So like this is probably from the 70s, I'm guessing. It's kind of just a thing that's passed down in my family that my dad gave me. And so like one side of it is Oland's Export India Pale Ale. The other side is Oland's Schooner beer.
Oh.
Fancy.
Yeah. So like, they were doing India Pale Ales, whether it was like, I'm kind of thinking like an India Pale Ale in the era that Labatt was doing it and they were doing it here with Oland's. I'm guessing it was like some sort of derivative of like what a British IPA was at the time, which was like a 5% at the most, maybe slightly hoppier than a bitter or a mild kind of beer. Like,
yeah, I feel like it was slightly heavier, slightly maltier, kind of slightly hoppier version of the standard pale ale.
Like honestly, I would not put it past like Oland's and like Labatt for it to be like.
Do you remember
a lager with more hops?
This story is pretty much scrubbed from the internet. If I can get through it while remembering it before I get interrupted by anybody. Do you remember way back when one of the Olin family members, one of the like Nova Scotia Olin family members died?
What was his name?
I forget. Thanks for interrupting. Willed.
Hi, Nick.
Hi, Greg. The guy willed his library to the Nova Scotia Archives or Nova Scotia Library or something like that.
Right.
And one of the items that was in the archive was a brewer's logbook for the Olin Brewery, and there was a bunch of snapshots of different time frames within this logbook that showed like the ingredients list of Alexander Keith's back in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and there was a distinct trend between the beer made in the 50s had a lot more hops and malt.
Yes.
Bill added to it where it became much more basic by the 70s by the time that Labatt bought them out. And they had put that on display in the library, but Labatt had issued a cease and desist saying they didn't have the rights to display this book.
Yeah.
And I thought it was kind of something else. Like they had this thing on open display, basically proving that the recipe for Alexander Keith's is not the original recipe.
Yeah, no, it had drastically changed. And that's one of those like badly kept secrets. Like everyone knows that's the truth. Like everyone knows like Keith's IPA is not an IPA. Like,
no,
you know,
but it used to be kind of like,
yeah.
and it's not like it would be an IPA by today's standards, but it was certainly hoppier. It would have been interesting to take the ingredient of the bill, the malt, the grain bill, and everything from the 1940s or 50s version of the beer and brew it today and see what it'd be like.
I mean, they should do that now. They could do that now.
But they don't
want it.
really want to admit that this is really a different beer than it used to be. Because Alexander Keith's, I mean, it's fine, but it's not an IPA.
Yeah, they just don't want to kill. That brand is so strong they don't want to kill it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's ways around it. You could make Alexander Keith's traditional IPA. That would be your new seasonal beer, and throw that in. And honestly,
just come out saying like Keith's original or something like that. Like,
yeah, and honestly, at this point, I don't think anyone would give a fuck.
Yeah, who gives a fuck right now?
Like, who is arguing this anymore? Like, that argument was like 20 years ago. Who gives a shit anymore? Like, just like, no one cares. No one's attacking Alexander Keith's anymore for this shit. Just like, we'll go back to the old fucking recipe. We'll release it. We'll call it Alexander Keith's traditional IPA. Cool. And then release it and see how it is. I'd be super interested to see how it is.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's high time that I take off for the night. Been a good hangout though.
Yeah,
enjoy this. We got to do this more often.
Little too much talking about the classics, and Nick gets offended. Nick is a progressive.
Yeah.
One thing, I got to pee. And the second thing, I got to go to bed anyway. So have a good night, folks.
Good night, Nick.
Just where is it? Oh, there we go.
There we go. Just like
penis.
Stick that penis in the end.
Oh.
See, I mean, it's. I mean, I know Nick will see this, but this is what I'm saying. Like, sometimes it's better to just have a hangout where we shoot the shit, which I had a very good time this evening, versus, trying to find beer topics, which, listen, I know Nick tries his best. I know, we do the best we can. We try to find beers we can get, and then we try to do BYOBs that, everyone can enjoy. But, sometimes it's just like, you know what? Let's not try to force the topic. Let's just have a shoot the shit, enjoy ourselves. And if people want to participate in the chat or if people want to maybe join, then great. But if not, then that's okay. We'll talk about movies and beer.
I feel like Nick gets way more stressed out about this than he needs to. No one should be stressed out about a beer hangout.
Well, that's the thing is, like, Nick does this as his hobby, and I mean, I understand it's frustrating that some weeks, it's hard to get people. There's literally been some weeks where it's just been like, I'm the only one who shows up because nobody else can make it. It's like, hey, I get it for Nick's perspective. It's very frustrating. By the other hand, it's like, well, people show up when they can. People work. People have schoolwork. People have obligations in life. People sometimes maybe want to go out and just bang a chick, and that takes precedent over hanging out with a bunch of dudes drinking beer. That's
also at the same time, Nick is the BA 101 plays to an audience of 5 to 10 people at the most usually. So it's like, you know what? Those people are already there. You don't need to win them. Like, they're already there. Like, they already know what the show is. You don't have to do anything special, and no one else is going to watch it. And who gives a shit? Who gives two fucks? Would you rather have like 10 dedicated viewers or like a bunch of laissez-faire fucking ne'er-do-wells that like watch other beer shows where they're just like they're shitheads and assholes and stuff? Like,
I mean, again, like no one is actually realistically going to make money off of this. Like you or Nick are not realistically going to make any kind of real YouTube money off of this. So
I'm demonetized, baby.
Oh, there you go. So you may as well just have fun. I mean, personally, I wouldn't even have it live because I'd just be like, yeah, let's not have to watch our language. We can drop some N words and some F words and stuff.
Oh,
like
shit.
That.
Like Niger and Figaroni.
Yeah. Oh no. So sorry. I misspelt it. It's not the N word. It's the M word. It's micker. I don't like those mickers. I hate those mickers.
Oh,
those
okay.
goddamn mickers. Yeah, that M and the N are very close on the keyboard.
Jerry Terrier doesn't like those mickers either.
Oh, he hates those mickers. but you know that Mick Lowe fella, he's a good guy. But
Mick Lowe from Ireland.
But no, I mean, listen, I find these things fun, and listen, I listen. Obviously, I love BA 101. We've been doing it for 5 years or so, but I'm just like, I love the episodes where we actually get the same beer. Like you know, when we did Fuzz Face, that was fun. It's like, okay, a bunch of us got Fuzz Face, we could do it. It is unfortunate that it's so difficult for, you know, 4, 5, 6 of us to be able to get the same beer at the same time, be able to analyze it, but when we do, to me, those are the most fun episodes because we can actually discuss what we like or don't like about a beer. And, you know, sometimes some of us love it. Sometimes some of us, I love it when there's a disagreement. It's like some of us love it. Some of us hate it. But, you know, when we're doing BYOB, it's fine if we have a very specific topic, but after a while, it's kind of just like, okay, well, what did you drink this week? Well, we may as well just do a hangout where we just say, hey, guys, let's talk about what we drank this week. Lee, what'd you have this week? Carrie, what'd you have this week? Greg, what'd you have this week? Great. Let's all discuss it and talk about it. It's not like saying we can't enjoy the beer and talk about our beer, but to me, I don't think it needs to be that scripted of a show. It can be kind of a general shit show. And it's, hey, let's also talk about what we think about the Halloween franchise. Carrie, what do you think about Halloween Resurrection?
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, you shouldn't watch. It's not a very
Don't even do it.
It's I still think it's better than Halloween Ends, though. I'm just gonna throw that out there. But yeah, it's a bad.
That's a low bar, though. Like,
it's a very low bar, but
you know, I'll say
it still has Michael Myers in it. So
I'll say this for Halloween Resurrection: they had ideas that could have been cool, but they just totally botched the whole thing. But like the whole idea, like they did a couple things with the webcam angles where Michael Myers is like walking in the frame in the webcam, where it's like, okay, that's a good callback to the original Halloween where Michael Myers walks in the frame and the people don't see him and stuff. Like, okay, some of that's kind of smart. But then there's Busta Rhymes with his kung fu fighting Michael Myers, and then there's like all this other bullshit that just is terrible. And yeah, the whole movie kind of sucks, and it retcons H2O, and it's like, oh no, Michael Myers didn't die. Jamie Lee Curtis
us all.
Yeah, Jamie Lee Curtis chopped the head off a paramedic instead, and like, no, that's.
I mean, to be fair, they actually planned that during H2O, where they're like, okay, because Jamie Lee Curtis wanted to kill off Michael Myers. Hi, Dan. Why don't you fucking join us?
Yeah, what are you doing?
You can literally bring a kombucha and just chat with us. But anyway,
family time, Dan. Is that what's going on right now? You whipped bitch.
Well played. But no, I mean literally. No, H2O. So they didn't want to kill Michael Myers. Jamie Lee Curtis wanted to kill Michael Myers. So in order to basically come to consensus, they basically made it a way where it seemed like Michael Myers died in H2O, but then they basically said, okay, we are going to bring him back. And then Jamie Lee Curtis didn't really even want to be in Resurrection. And then she's like, the only way I'll be in Resurrection is if you kill me off right away, which basically is what they do in that movie. But the best part of Halloween Resurrection is the original trailer for that movie. If you ever have seen it, if you haven't seen it, just go on YouTube. They play that trailer off for like the first half of it, maybe not half of it, but for the first bit of it, where they don't let you know that it's a Halloween movie. And it just, the way they introduce the fact that it's a Halloween movie is really well done. Like the trailer is better than the entire movie, where it's just like, they kind of like throw you for a loop. Okay, what kind of movie? This is like, oh, this is interesting. And it really wasn't interesting, but yeah, no, literally that first trailer is so good. And I watched that movie. I literally watched the trailer for that movie. I'm like, I have to go see this. I saw that movie in the theater.
Oh God.
It was not good.
No.
No, but I literally, it was like, oh my God, this movie is amazing. And then I was very, very disappointed with the final product. But but the thing I'll give that movie, like, to me, it's not my least favorite Halloween because it at least has Michael Myers in it. You know, it's like, and again, that's not taking away from Halloween 3, but Halloween 3 never promised Michael Myers. Halloween 3 was its own thing. It always
Yeah.
made it clear. Well, actually, I don't know. Like, I don't know if you were somebody in the 80s, if it was clear that it didn't have Michael Myers in it. Because,
Yeah, no, I think in the 80s it would be much more confusing because like we don't have the internet in the 80s. No one like was really in the know unless you were like someone who's connected to Hollywood in some way where you were like in daily like getting updates on stuff and talking to people. You didn't know. Like it was just like Halloween 3. Okay, this is going to be cool. And then it's like what the fuck is this? Like there was a lot of that in like the 80s and in early 90s where it's like they'll show you a movie and you don't know what to expect and you get totally surprised. You could totally get like shanghaied on like what actually was going on. Fans are much more savvy now because the internet, and at the same time they're much more jaded and cynical and like pieces of shit, and knowing more necessarily hasn't been a good thing for movie goers.
No, like I feel there's a certain excitement. Well, again, this isn't as much an internet problem as this is just like a people making trailers problem. Is that like think about like to me my best example is Terminator 2. Imagine walking into that movie completely blind, and I understand the trailers did spoil shit, but imagine, in 1991, walking into that movie completely blind, being like, okay, I'm gonna watch Schwarzenegger trying to murder Linda Hamilton again and her son. Oh, okay, this Robert Patrick fella, I guess he's a cop, he's gonna help them or whatever, and then suddenly it's like, oh shit, he's the good guy. Like, because the thing is, it seems silly because most people knew. Like, I watched Terminator 2 not in the theater, but I watched it when it came out right on VHS. So I watched it fairly early on, and I knew the whole Schwarzenegger was the hero thing. But I'm just like, if you actually watch that movie, like, and don't know anything about it, it actually kind of plays off that Schwarzenegger could potentially be a bad guy. Like, it just, he doesn't kill anyone, but he still fucks them up a little bit.
Yeah, no, like it does a pretty good job of like subverting your expectations a little bit for a while. But at the same time, basically just remaking Terminator 1. Like it's exactly the same story basically, but just like done as a bigger budget Hollywood action movie. And it just subverts your expectations. And it also, it also just plays in the fact that like at that point, Schwarzenegger's not going to be the bad guy. Like,
no, at that point, he was the action hero.
Yeah, so like there is kind of that coded into it. Like I don't know if too many people were super surprised all of a sudden that Schwarzenegger was not the bad guy. I think most people kind of expected it at that point.
Well, especially since the trailers basically spoiled it. So unless you were like very, very into like not watching trailers, but I actually would have loved to see what would have like a 1991 Schwarzenegger look like as a villain. Like I actually think, and I mean, I know he was the villain in Batman and Robin, but that's not quite the same thing.
That's different. But honestly, when you think about it, like the trailer spoiling it, like honestly, that's the hook to the movie, really, because it's like, okay, how do we tell this story with Schwarzenegger as the good guy? That's an interesting angle. And how bad is this bad guy that Schwarzenegger has to fucking fight? That honestly, that's the hook to the movie. That's like, okay, I want to see how that story plays out.
And you know what? Even though, like I say, I do prefer Terminator 2. Oh my god! Like I was literally just watching a YouTube video because YouTube seems to know my algorithms that I'll just see all this stuff. Well, here's some behind the scenes Terminator. Okay, great. I want to watch it. I was just watching this thing. I'm just like, oh my god, Terminator 1 is such a goddamn great movie. And I feel it's actually underrated because everyone loves Terminator 2, but Terminator 1 is so goddamn good. Like it's ridiculously good for 1984, James Cameron, a fairly unknown director, and Arnold Schwarzenegger at the time. I mean, he basically had one big movie under his belt at this point. Like, definitely could have been a thing, but oh my god, was that fucking movie good? Like,
see that movie really skirts the line between like it kind of lives in two different areas. Like there is that like big budget Hollywood action movie thing that it it kind of inhabits. But it's also it's also just really kind of a like late period grindhouse slasher movie kind of thing too. Like it's very grimy and gritty, and it's a very downer of a movie. Like it, even though Linda Hamilton survives at the end and shit, it's just like the future looks bleak. Like it looks like it's not a happy film. It's a very cynical, kind of nasty movie. And honestly, Terminator 2, honestly, kind of, even though supposedly it ends on kind of a more happy note, not really. Like it's still like Judgment Day might still happen, and shit's probably still going to go down. And Linda Hamilton, her life is kind of ruined because she's now changed into being
fugitive.
A fugitive, and she's changed into being this militant fucking monster who has to like raise her kid as a soldier for the possible coming future. She doesn't even know if it's going to happen at this point, but it might. And like honestly, both movies like end super bleak. Like they're just like,
well, and they do in a good way. And I mean, it's an awful ending, but you do have the Terminator 2 extended version where you have old Linda Hamilton in the future, and it's like everything is good. It's a terrible ending. I get
that's terrible, yeah.
But I mean that's your alternative. But no, the way Terminator 2 ended, fucking perfect. It ended basically the way you don't want it to. First of all, Schwarzenegger dies.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want him to die because you love him. He's a great character. He dies. He does the whole thing. And then it's just basically like gives a little monologue of, basically this is where we're at. The future's not set. It's a bleak ending, and it's great. And I mean, I'm generally somebody who I really kind of believe the franchise really should have ended after Terminator 2. Now, I say that with saying like I didn't really hate any of the Terminator sequels, like Part 3. What was it? The fucking Christian Bale one, whatever it was called.
That one was I kind of like that one. How at the end it was like, holy crap! It's CGI Arnold. What the hell?
Well, yeah, because he was the governor at the time. I actually feel like Genesis, Dark Fate. I feel all of them are like, I don't hate them, but I feel they're all unnecessary. To me, it's all kind of like Terminator 1, Terminator 2, and then you've got a various different fan fiction, which is kind of what the other ones are. They're all fan fiction. I was about to
say they occupy the same place the Halloween sequels do. It's like, oh, it's really cool fan fiction, but that's it.
Yeah, basically,
they've always tried to, because like I think they almost maybe jumped the shark. Like if they had planned, I don't think they planned to do much more anything past the second one. Like it was like kind of wrapped up.
James Cameron didn't want to. That was basically the end of his story.
But like if they were planning on it, I feel like they wouldn't have went liquid metal Terminator so soon. Because after that, it's like, oh, now it's like liquid metal, but also can make guns out of her arms and control cars.
He actually so I mean, funny thing is he actually planned to do liquid metal in the first Terminator, but the CGI technology wasn't there yet, so he couldn't do it. But he actually wanted to have two Terminators in the first movie.
I didn't know that.
So
honestly, I think it works better where you don't have two in the first movie. I think.
No, the first movie is fantastic. And I mean, this is the one thing that I liked about, well, not the one thing, but I enjoyed Genesis. I didn't think it was a very good movie, but I enjoyed where they remade the first Terminator, the second Terminator. Well, basically mostly the first Terminator kind of all in one, where they kind of remade it, rejigged it, all that shit. But the biggest problem with that is that you got a survivor that's coming back from a future where you're all probably not doing so well. And in the first one, you have Kyle Reese, who's a skinny motherfucker. He comes back. He basically has nothing to his name. He basically has to steal a homeless guy's pants just to cover his dick. And then in the fucking Genesis, you got a fucking bodybuilder that comes back. It's like, no,
Yeah,
Nobody's a fucking bodybuilder because they're all fucking struggling to survive. Like
Right.
Schwarzenegger's a bodybuilder because that's Skynet being like, oh, we're gonna make the ultimate human. But
Mm.
everyone else is supposed to be a skinny motherfucker because they're malnourished.
Everyone would be haggard. Like half the people in the human resistance would probably have scurvy and shit. And Redbeard, you're muted.
I just realized everyone else in that particular group gave themselves less to nourish this one guy to be their super.
Basically, yeah. Basically, we need you guys to go back, defend Sarah Connor, also fuck her and cream pie her so you can make Johnny.
I mean, maybe the human resistance would put all of its resources into like genetically engineering the perfect human to go back, but who knows? Russell Brewing Co. Angry Scotch Ale.
What do you got there? Oh, okay.
Lee made this beer.
I did. Maybe I did. I mean, it says Russell and it says angry, so those are two descriptors of mine.
That's right.
But you know, I'm gonna try to be less angry. I'm gonna love more.
You've been a remarkably pleasant human being to interact with so far this evening. I must say, it's been great.
Yeah, I must be sick or something. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, it's a new, more progressive Lee Russell. You're gonna accept Republicans into your group.
No, I won't. Sorry.
Progressively.
Yeah. Progressively.
Speaking of Lee, I must go pee. I'll be back.
All right.
Not sure how that's.
Yeah, I don't know how that connects.
It rhymed, I guess. I don't know.
Or maybe just pictures pissing on my face every time he takes a leak. I don't know.
Maybe you're just some unknown part of his peeing ritual.
I mean, I don't know. I've probably heard weirder things attributed to me. I can't think of them offhand, but you know, maybe.
You got that weird Instagram guy that was like stalking you, trying to kill you or something.
He's still trying to do that. I checked
He's
in on
still
him.
around.
Yeah, he's still around.
That's
I checked in on his fucking Facebook like a couple weeks back. He still mentions me. He still wants me to come to Thailand to fight him.
Well, he you want some Me Too? You fucking piece of shit bitch. Are you watching this right? Are you watching
He's
this?
probably not watching this, but no, the guy is obviously crazy. He's got access to machetes. Yeah,
I have a small collection of machetes.
Yeah. I'm not going to Thailand to fight the guy, but you know he's obviously mentally unwell, and obviously maybe Thailand probably doesn't have the best mental health care.
What did you train? And the fight was like the beginning fight of Rambo 3 with the sticks. That'd be cool. I think that was in the Thailand-ish area, wasn't it? Asia somewhere?
Somewhere around there, I guess, maybe.
What do you think that was, Greg? Beginning of Rambo 3, where were they?
I haven't seen Rambo 3 in forever, so I can't remember. I don't really remember what happened.
He fought a guy with sticks, and then Red Foreman showed up.
Yeah, maybe Thailand, maybe Mongolia. It could be any of those places. They all look the same to me. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Thaigolia or Mongland.
Yeah. Taipan or
Thaigolia.
Chingolia.
It's Taipir. There's an animal that sounds kind of like Taipan.
Yeah. You know, either way, I'm never gonna like unless that guy.
I just clicked in my head. Taipan was Thailand and Japan. Well done.
There you go.
You're never gonna fight the guy. Is what you're saying.
Well, I mean, unless he buys like a plane ticket to Nova Scotia and comes and finds me, then yeah, I'll fucking kill him.
He doesn't really strike me as somebody who really understands what planes are or how planes work. So.
I don't think the guy is capable of functioning as an adult for the most part. I don't think he could. I don't think he's a guy who could get on a plane. I don't think he even has the money to get on a plane. But I mean, if he ever managed to do it, then yeah, I'd fight him. I would kill him right. I'd kill him right in right on my lawn if he showed up. But
It's funny. Like as a kid, when I first learned about what cannibals were, or as a very, very basic view of what cannibals were, let's put it that way, I was afraid of them. I was like, oh my God, that there's people that are going to eat me. Like they're going to make soup out of me. Like I saw some movie where they try to make soup out of people or something, and it scared me as a young child. And basically my mom was like, well, they don't travel on planes. Like they're afraid of technology. So like, they won't even, get on a plane. Like, trying to explain to me as a child, like they're very tribal. You're not gonna have a fucking cannibal come to Canada, come try to eat you. So I was like, okay, I'm pretty safe here because there is some jungle over there, wherever the fuck that is.
I like the thought of a cannibal family getting on a plane and like coming to Canada for vacation. Like, where's the best places to eat people around here?
Yeah. But then then Greg grew up and he learned about the fact that white people can be cannibals too, and in your own country, and they might find you. Yeah.
Well, more so, I learned that cannibal films have a lot of animal cruelty in them, and that's not cool.
No,
that's not cool at all.
I'm not going to watch this film again because you killed a turtle on screen, sir.
No, that Cannibal Holocaust film, I definitely do not approve of it.
No.
I even though I know at this point nobody will make money off of it, but still not cool. Not cool.
Yeah, no, there is a moral argument to be made to not watch those films.
Listen, I mean, you know what? Obviously, I feel bad for any animal that is harmed. But the turtle, one thing, but turtles. This is a terrible thing to say, but turtles don't make noise, so you kind of just assume, oh, it's a reptile. It's probably not feeling that much. They fucking murdered a pig in that movie, and that pig fucking squealed, and I felt so bad for that pig. I'm like, that literally traumatized me. And I literally, last time I watched that movie in full was like 20 years ago, and I still fucking traumatized by that movie. That movie's fucked up. Don't watch that movie.
I mean, you could watch the cut version where they take
what
all
movie
the animals.
are you talking about?
Cannibal Holocaust.
Cannibal Holocaust. It has real animal cruelty and animals being slaughtered in that movie. So if that's not up your alley to watch, I suggest you don't watch it. When you said that to the turtle and the pig, I'm like, those are both animals that could potentially be eaten afterwards. So maybe they apparently did eat them. To their credit, they apparently did eat them. However, I'm personally somebody like, I don't watch Friday the 13th Part 1 on a regular basis because they kill a snake in it. So that's my feeling on animal cruelty. Is I don't like the idea of even if it's an animal that we kill for food or whatever. I don't like the idea of killing it on screen for entertainment purposes.
I'm also not a fan of hurting animals, but like I have actively watched some of the videos of people in Florida going out on python hunts because the pythons are fucking everything up. Like they're super invasive species, and they can be eaten as well. And just most of the channels I watch, they actually will like turn the camera away for the killing blow. But I have zero problem with that kind of, like, if you're killing animals for a purpose, like people that trophy hunt should all be rounded up and Hitler.
Well, especially if they're trophy hunting like fucking endangered animals and shit like that. Fuck.
Trophy hunting anything. Like if you're not hunting the animal to kill it, like to eat it, or like in some instances, I guess squirrels getting into your attic or something.
I mean, if you're like Donald Trump Jr. or a fucktard like that, who's just like, killing an animal to take a picture, and it's like, oh, you'll put its horns on a mantle or whatever, but you won't do anything else.
Especially when you don't fucking do anything. You literally have other people that trap it for you, and then you just shoot it in the head. That's not fucking hunting it. So fuck you, you piece of goddamn garbage.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
I have heard arguments that I've not done it, but saying that the money they pay goes towards the tribe or whatever shit.
Oh, well, fuck
Oh,
the
but-
tribe.
and potentially they're killing the animal that was gonna die anyway or some shit. But still, it's still garbage practice.
Well, fuck the tribe. First of all, the tribe
LSP.
can kill it themselves if it's that big of a thing. These tribes are not unable. They know how to fucking, if they have an animal that needs to be killed in their ecosystem, they know how to deal with that.
They're not helpless savages. They've been doing it for thousands of fucking years.
I don't personally. So personally, if you are, although I will never participate in it myself, if you wish to kill an animal, that first of all is not endangered or anything stupid like that. If you wish to kill an animal to eat it, I don't generally have an issue with that because I'm not a vegetarian. I'm not a vegan. I understand that factory farming is probably one of the worst things that exists. It's fucking gross how they kill animals and generally mistreat animals. So if you kill a deer and you're very humane about it, hopefully you kill it as quickly as possible and you kill it, you use as many parts of it as you can, you take the meat, you take that. I don't have a fucking issue with that. Would I do it myself? No, I personally wouldn't. If I had to kill my own animals, I'd be vegan. Simple as that. I would not kill my own animals because I just don't have the fortitude to do it. It is what it is.
And I mean,
but
culling deer is a thing. Like some people don't understand. Like, if the deer population depending on the year, if the deer population explodes once winter hits, like the majority of those deer,
a lot of them are going to die. Yeah,
they're going to starve to death. So, like,
Well,
killing them.
Look at the whole wolves being reintroduced to Yellowstone thing, and all that kind of shit. Like, the nature balances itself out as long as humans don't fuck with shit. Basically,
well, no, I'm going to disagree a little bit. I don't think nature necessarily balances itself out because, like, we do have instances of like deer where their population surges so much
because humans have probably removed enough of the prey animals that they aren't being. Before humans were around doing the culling, whatever. Like, look at the bisons. Used to be like North America used to have one of the hugest migrations on the planet, and now bisons were almost gone. Like, it's like humans we're basically the cancer of the goddamn planet. We suck.
Fucking Joe Bison. He should have been trampled.
Nice.
No, don't laugh. That was terrible.
It was pretty bad, but I was laughing at how bad it was.
It was bad.
Pretty bad.
But no, I mean, listen, I agree with you. Like, I don't want to do it myself, but I understand in certain situations it is better for the overall environment to kill an animal, to take them out of there. When you're fucking trophy hunting a fucking lion or some shit like that, that's just fucked up. Well, generally, you shouldn't trophy hunt any kind of top predators because top predators, there's not a lot of them. Like, there's a reason they're top predators. A bear, a lion, a tiger, all that shit. There's generally not a lot of them because they're meant to prey on stuff like deer or deer equivalents. Deer, there's a lot. And like you say, there could, depending on the situation, there could be overabundance of deer and a lot of them may die. So I really feel like I don't like the idea of having a deer head on your mantle. Even if you have all the right reasons for doing it, I don't like the idea of stuffing a deer head, putting on your mantle. No, it's like, eat the deer, whatever you can't use, either leave it in the forest or bury it or do something respectful with it. But I would say use as much as what you can because that's the natural thing is that humans are omnivores. We do eat things and, getting meat is not a bad thing, but you should be respectful to the animal you're killing that is giving its life, even though it's not of its own will.
Yeah.
In order to nourish you, nourish your family. So my whole thing is, that's why I'm a fan of, at least in the traditional sense, probably not the current sense, at least based on Chad the Albino Rhino's reviews of it. But, like a traditional sense of, the whole Eskimo thing, well, they will kill polar bears or certain whales and stuff, but they'll use every part of it and stuff like that. I'm less opposed to that, although I definitely, I mean, as polar bears and whales are becoming extinct, it's probably problematic. But like with things that are in abundance, like let's be honest, deer. When I was in South Carolina and Marston was driving us to the airport at like 4 a.m. because we had to catch a red-eye flight. Holy fuck, the amount of deer. Like in this stretch of highway that literally we were driving on 15 minutes, we probably saw like 20 to 30 dead deer on the side of the road. Like, holy, it's fucking ridiculous. And he's saying, yeah, it's a trucker route. And unfortunately, truckers, when they're driving in their truck and a deer goes in the road, they can't stop in time. So they just basically demolish this goddamn deer. And a lot of these were like really recent kills, like within the last few hours. Like,
and that's the thing about deer. Like the whole thing of like we eliminate predators and stuff. There's really no natural predators necessarily of deer in their environment. Like not to the point where they're like curtailing their fucking breeding. So like deer explode. That's why like hunters are useful for culling deer populations, because without that, deer basically explode like rabbits. Like they breed like motherfuckers. And every year, that you don't have a bunch of people like culling the fucking deer herd in a certain area. Like a lot of them are just starving to death. Like once winter hits, there's no food and they're just dying, and they're not being taken out by predators. Like there's very few like predators that actually get deer at all. And because deer are like highly specialized, they're incredibly hard to kill. Like you got to catch a fucking deer, and most hunters will tell you like it's hard to fucking. Like you got to sneak up on a fucking deer and you got to fucking get in your sights and kill it while it's staying still. To be able to like shoot a deer that's like moving, almost impossible.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the thing is people are like, well, bear will kill them. It's like, well, bear can only kill so many deer. Like,
well, I think bears will kill them, deers will, wolves will kill, pumas will kill. But again, I get where you're coming from. There aren't like that many.
Even
if humans weren't around, again, like, yeah, you're not wrong. I've driven down the highway and been like, look over, and there's like 200 deer randomly hanging out in the field. Like,
yeah, and bears don't really do that. Like bears are much more like garbage eaters. Like
they'd rather go after salmon or garbage.
But at the same time, if a bear wants to, and they do sometimes.
Yeah,
like there's videos. There's a famous-ish video online of a grizzly bear chasing a bison down the highway, and the bison had like fallen into a hot spring. It was like all burnt and shit, so it was injured. But still, like the bear just like the stamina of a. But don't underestimate a goddamn bear.
No, definitely not. But bears generally don't go after deer. Like they don't.
Generally, you're right. Yeah,
because it's not. It doesn't benefit the bear. Like bears generally are not like they're not ambush predators.
They can
be, but they're generally not.
The movie The Edge, Anthony Hopkins, the bear in that movie, that was fucking great. Like he got a taste for human. You haven't seen that movie's so. It came out, I want to say like late 90s maybe, but it's like Anthony Hopkins is a billionaire. Alec Baldwin is his like assistant or something like that.
His wife.
The guy that played Michael, the main black guy from the show Lost, is randomly there as well. And his death is a hell of a thing. The screams that come out of him.
But the whole thing is like Anthony Hopkins is taking Alec Baldwin on this trip because it's like he knows he's fucking his wife. So it's like, I'm going to take you on this trip and like get rid of you. Kind of
1997. So this is like an old school movie. That's like 5 years after Silence of the Lambs. So
well, again, like that, but like this is everything.
Bart the Bear is in it.
I was about to say Bart the Bear, and Bart the Bear was fucking huge. It's
Oh, I didn't know he died. That's unfortunate. He died a long time ago too, but I didn't know that.
Yeah.
that's I love that movie.
Yeah, no, that's a good movie. That's one we should do at some point.
So like bears are legit one of my favorite animals. Like obviously I wouldn't want to fuck with one. I don't want to be like grizzly men where I fucking try to, befriend them and they murder me.
Oh yeah.
Listen,
He was a
I have
messed up
a
individual.
I have a great respect for them. I don't want to be anywhere near them unless there's glass or cage between us. But bears are legitimately one of just my favorite animals. Just such an incredible goddamn animal.
There's beyond the grizzly man, him being an idiot. There are legitimately people out there that have saved orphan bears. There's one guy. I think he's the only person basically in history who's like best friends with a goddamn polar bear. Like polar bears are one of the few animals on Earth that like will actively hunt humans for food.
They'll actively fuck you
Like
up.
them and like some of the crocodiles and shit, maybe like a Komodo dragon. But not many animals will actively come after us because they know like we're dangerous and all that shit. But yeah, fucking polar bears are scary, man. There's a video online of some guy like they built this basically impenetrable fucking glass, like super thick plexiglass thing for him to sit in, and this polar bear shows up and it's like it wants inside to get that tasty treat pretty badly. Because we got to think too, like their evolution, like with the Inuit people and stuff, and the Eskimos, like, and that's the Inuit people and the igloos and stuff. Like Les Stroud made a comment on one of his episodes about like how polar bears, they know that like inside this snow thing, break it open, tasty treat in there. Like they're terrifying, man.
Yeah. And I mean, when you look at the Arctic and shit, like that's a much more desperate fucking situation too, where like humans and animals alike are like constantly 24/7 fighting to get food. Like that's a whole, not so much humans anymore because there is the modernization and the integration or subjugation.
There aren't nearly as many people living that super old school lifestyle.
Not living, that like authentic
and then
Aboriginal life. Yeah.
Climate change, like the amount of ice and like
pushing polar bears out of.
I wouldn't be surprised
habitat.
if polar bears disappear within our lifetime, kind of thing.
I also would not. Sadly,
yeah, it's unfortunate, but yeah, probably is likely the case.
Yeah, because
this winter particularly.
They're butting up against climate change and human competition.
This winter has been fucking gross. Like I know a lot of people have been like, "Oh, this is great. It's such a warm winter." I'm like,
you just muted yourself halfway through your talking. That was well done, Greg. Good job. You're still muted.
Sorry, so I spilled a little beer on my laptop, and I still need to tidy that up. But I guess I muted myself. Yeah, it's no, listen, I mean, a lot of people were like, "Oh, it's great that we have such a such a warm winter and stuff like that." I said, no, it's not. Like this isn't what winter is supposed to be. Like, listen, if you want warm weather, move someplace warm, and I don't blame you for doing that. So that's what Marston did. Marston didn't fucking like winter. He hated it, especially since he's a truck driver, so he has to drive through it. He moves to South Carolina. So now snow is not really a thing, and even cold's not really that big of a thing for him. That's the choice he made.
Give it a time. I bet you. Like everything's like that's the thing. Like I agree totally with you. At the same time, I'm like, I don't have a snow machine. I don't have an ice shack. Like it being nice in the winter isn't adversely affecting me right now. Like when summer comes around and there's going to be more forest fires and shit, it's probably going to be shitty. But again, I don't have. That's one of the many reasons I'm very okay with not having any kids. The world that we're leaving, like
it's not great. It's not great.
It's not even
the crops are going to start fucking dying, and it's everything's humans. Humans are not doing the planet any good
It's
No,
not.
we're
It's
not.
not even. It's not even the world we're leaving. It's actually the world our parents left. Because we have no
That's-
say in it. At
that's-
this
Oh,
point.
yeah, you know what? You know what? Lee,
our
fuck
parents,
your parents.
or our parents at this point. The kind of like everything, like basically at the end of like World War II. That's where like the kind of status quo and shit was all kind of established and all that kind of.
Yeah, but
So yeah,
I'm,
yeah. You know what? Yeah. Well, I didn't do it.
I'm gonna.
I legitimately like. I don't produce no garbage, but and at this point, I know that recycling is basically just a mythical pipe dream. Like that, it doesn't ever like 1% of the shit you put into your recycling bin actually makes it and become like everything else just ends up in landfills.
Yeah,
We are just fucking destroying the world. Plastic, like, but single use, like, the plastic is a necessity for a lot of shit. Like being able to mold it and fucking do it all, like its flexibility. It's a fantastic world changing invention. Single use plastic should never have become a thing. Like you buy a package from Amazon, it's got a pack. It's got the packaging made of plastic. You open it up, the secondary package inside there is plastic.
You're right. In a perfect world, it shouldn't exist. It should just be like, let's get rid of it. But the fact is that even if we got rid of it in North America, the other fucking 85% of the world would still fucking use it.
Yeah, because they're not regulated.
They're not regulated. Also, like when people are just worried, like let's be honest, like most of us in North America, even the people who are less well-to-do, let's put it that way, don't have to worry about places like, where you're going to shower, where you're going to go to the bathroom, stuff like that. A lot of the world still does is just like, well,
yeah. I
don't have a fucking place to go to the bathroom. I don't have a proper toilet. I don't have a proper shower. What do I give a shit if my fucking water bottle comes in a fucking thing that's bad for the environment? I don't give a fuck.
When I said like banning stuff, I wasn't saying like Canada. I was saying like we as a fucking species.
As a species, 100%. Yes, because we can do a lot of things that are like, listen, there's a lot of good things. Like, for instance, banning plastic bags, banning plastic straws. Good things, in my opinion, good things. But we're only doing them in Canada and maybe the US. The reality is most of the pollution on a worldwide scale does not come from Canada or the US because we've already been pretty progressive as countries. Even over the last 50 years.
Just look at Canada has a population of what, maybe 50-ish million now.
I think it's about 40 million, but
anyway. We're still like, for our size, there's nobody here. So like, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, even if every Canadian was actively littering, I feel like we still wouldn't like China and India.
No, it would be
places like that.
It would be piss in the ocean.
Yeah. Like the States has 300-400 million people now. It's a lot compared to us. It's still nothing compared to the countries with over 1 billion people.
It's like regulations they do to protect major species of fish. And sorry, by fish and mammals I mean like whales and sharks, like the apex predators. Like obviously things you shouldn't want to kill.
We've already fucked it up so bad with the sharks.
We've already have, but again, so you get these sharks, you get these whales that you obviously don't want to kill. Now, I was watching a show on this, is that, you got scientists tracking them, but sometimes if they make their way into like certain inlands where the Chinese fishermen are and the Japanese, where it's not like there's no regulation, that they just get fucked up. Like in those things,
Japan has like festivals where they herd dolphins into like these bays and just slaughter them. It's horrifying.
Well, there's actually a special I was watching a couple of years ago where there's these area, I think it was in China, but I could be wrong, where basically these squids were fucking murdering the fuck out of people. Whereas it was this fishing area, and if people fell overboard, these squids would just fucking kill them. And it's like, this is not like squid behavior, but because squids are getting fucking murdered, squids are just figuring, well, if these people are killing us, we're gonna kill them. So yeah, it was this kind of really interesting thing where it's like, okay, yeah, these squids are just murdering people, which is against their nature, but people
similar
are killing.
to the killer whales these
Yeah.
days, fucking attacking boats and shit.
Or I believe in India, elephants. How we're doing some kind of like at nighttime, they'll come and like reach their trunk into someone's hut and grab them and take them into the night and fucking kill them and shit.
Where we've
like-
underestimated how intelligent animals actually are.
Well,
and how animals actually know that something is affecting their population and they need to like do something about it.
People are
the squid thing also, like I know in I think that's shores off of California somewhere or some shit where they've like killed so many sharks that the squid have become like the primary fucking, and like what Greg was saying, falling into the water with a bunch of hungry squid, they'll fuck like sharks. Generally, depending on the species, they're generally not actively hunting humans.
Well, no, sharks attack people if they like mimic their prey and how they swim.
Yeah, otherwise, sometimes if they don't know, like they'll take like the exploratory bite.
Yeah,
and
I don't like it.
But that which can be a lot of the times fatal because it's a fucking shark. But most of the time they'll taste you and spit you out.
Benchley's Jaws demonize great white sharks. Like great white sharks are not like the human hunters that.
Oh no, he regretted that big time.
He did. Like he rescinded that, and it's like I regret like writing that book and saying that shit.
If you were in Africa, South Africa, those waters, I want to say, and like you were swimming around, and a great white mistook you for a seal, and did one of their attack from below things.
Yeah.
You'd be like, even if they, I mistook, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. You'd probably still be ripped in half like that. That's
right. Because they're big animals. They're like full on biting you. And it's like, yeah, you're going to die just from blood loss. Like that's the thing. But
even the impact of that coming up from below you, man, like when they hit a seal and stuff, it goes flying like 20 feet in the air. That's
right.
Terrifying.
Yeah, no, they're just doing what they do as animals. Like there's no malice, there's no forethought. They're not hunting humans. None of that bullshit. It's just nature. It's what they do. And most of the time.
Sorry, keep going.
I was just gonna say most of the time sharks like they realize you don't taste good or you're too big to eat or whatever, and they don't fuck with you. That's kind of what they do. And the demonization of sharks, has led to the popular culture like idea of like sharks are super dangerous and shit, and they're really not, because like the amount of people who are like attacked by sharks every year is so minimal. So fucking minimal.
And we have the technology, shark repellent. It's basically super concentrated essence of dead shark. If it's like. It's a weird thing. Great whites are preyed on by killer whales for their liver. Great killer whales will kill great whites and eat their liver and just leave the body there. Oh, yeah, and when that happens, the great white sharks in the area will fuck off for like up to a year because they want no part of that shit. So again, the intelligence thing, don't underestimate that shit. But
no, they like so many people like think animals are stupid, but they're not. No, they're not stupid. They just think in different ways than we do. Like
apparently, dodos were pretty stupid.
Well, yeah, the dodos were stupid, but I mean,
that's why they fucking died.
Yeah, but I mean, like to underestimate animals. We're animals. We're a type of animal, and we think in a certain way. We have a higher like consciousness. We have a concept of our own being and stuff that is unique, as far as we know, is unique in the animal kingdom. But like animals are not fucking stupid. Animals know things. Animals realize things. They conceptualize things in different ways than we do.
Just some of their instincts and knowledge of like what's Like some animals will do something based on what's going to happen environmentally and shit like that because they just know. Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Like every time we think about other things outside of ourselves, we try to conceptualize them in context with ourselves, and that's the biggest mistake because we're not them and they're not us, and we can't we can't compare and contrast in that sense.
Yeah, I think of ourselves of ants or something. Like we're not.
Yeah, like
do you know the channel Ants Canada YouTube channel? Check it out, man. It's called Ants Canada because I guess the guy was born in Canada and then started the channel, but he lives in the Philippines now. But he has access. He built this fucking massive house and all this crazy shit, like in the middle of the jungle, basically. And he's built this like 1,000-gallon vivarium thing. He calls Pandora. And he's put.
Oh, I've heard about this guy. Okay,
he's put the narration, the cinematography. It's literally some of the best content on the channel, in my opinion. It's fucking like he constantly like introducing new species and stuff, and like the battles between, because like when he built the thing, he had the intent like I'm gonna build it and then introduce stuff. But when he built it, he put this giant like dead stump in there, and there was, I guess, at least 2 ant colonies and also some termites in this stump that kind of just started things off, and it's been like kind of this ongoing battle to try to keep things balanced. He's got like praying mantis, some tree frogs, spiders.
Oh, I think
geckos.
I think I've seen one of his videos where like the praying mantis has like been so successful that he's fat all the time because he's ate so much.
And the spoiler, the last episode that just happened, like he's the praying mantis is a female, and she did her molt and has her wings. She's in her final form now and is like ready to mate. So he's trying to find a male, and he found a male, and it didn't go well.
Well, it never goes well for the male praying mantis. Well, they get their heads chopped off.
It never goes well for the male in general.
He didn't get to. Well, that's. He also has huntsman spiders, and he had the female of that in a container and put a male in there, and mating happened. But then he became food, whereas this male praying mantis did not get the chance to do the deed before he was just that praying mantis, like some of that footage on that series, she's a fucking vicious bitch, man. Just tearing into. I think she at one point she had a cricket and she's eating it. Another one she grabs that cricket too, just starts eating them both. Like she's just, it's fucking. They are
praying mantises are not nice creatures.
Oh
no, their instinct is eat.
I saw this weird fucked up video today where it's like a praying mantis was eating a wasp and fucking up that wasp, but then another wasp came in behind the praying mantis and was eating praying mantis. So it's like as the praying mantis is eating the wasp, the other wasp fucking basically cuts it in half and like cuts it like the top half and the bottom half get separated.
Are those like giant? Like those Japanese wasps?
It was a pretty big fucking wasp. So it was like, it was like the first one, definitely the praying mantis fucked it up. But the second wasp was like, we ain't gonna have this shit. And then
that's the thing I haven't heard about in a while. Like I remember it was a couple of years ago now, I guess, where some like those Japanese giant hornets had made it over into BC or some shit.
Murder hornets.
Yeah. Like I thought if you'd seen like those things
fucked up Dan's butthole.
Those things are legitimately terrifying. Like a regular hornet, maybe this big, like almost an inch probably at the backs, maybe an inch. Other ones are like 3 times. They're huge. I've never been like, I guess I've been kind of swarmed by bees when I was a kid.
I got stung by bees as a kid. It wasn't fun, but
my cousin.
Time, it's like it's okay. I mean, they're defending their property.
Unless you're allergic or something. My cousin used to have like where we lived by my grandpa's place. It was just like a bunch of bush and swampland, and my cousin and I went through the swamp and found an island that we just called the island. And
The island.
it was like we over time found the path to the island that would like not get you soaking wet kind of shit. It took a lot of time, and to this day, if I went there this day, if I went there today, I probably would not remember at all. But one time we're going there, we hadn't been there in a little while, and there was this really big fucking wasp's nest. And we're like, okay, we're just going to skirt around it. It should be fine. And I can't remember if it was me or him, probably me, stepped on a twig that somehow was like connected, like, like a spider web kind of thing where you step on this little thing over here, it vibrates the thing over there. And the hornets got really pissed off. And I got stung probably a good 6 or 7 times. But it hurt, but I was fine. Which I think the most recent time I got stung would probably be, it's probably just 10 years ago at this point still, but I had the pressure washer from the hood fan job. I had bored it to bring it here to clean out the gutters on the roof. And I'd done that, cleaned them all out, and then I was in the back cleaning up the residual shit from the gutters off the deck and stuff. And on the back deck, there was a box from something that had been purchased like months ago, and they just left the box on the deck, and the weather and everything got to it. And some hornets, I guess, had like moved into that box. And when I was pressure washing everything, it pissed them off. They started coming out, and I was like, oh fuck. So I just started like using the pressure washer to kind of defend myself from them, which worked well enough, but I got stung a few times. And I actually got like kind of like woozy and lightheaded from the stings. It was weird. I think I might have like a slight allergy that developed or some weird shit.
I'm really surprised that there's still one person watching this right now. What are you
Good
doing?
for that person.
No, not good.
Dedication. Good for you.
What are you
Not
doing with
good.
your life? And why have you not commented?
It's probably Lady Lee. She's probably just watching us in the background to try to drown out
possible.
the monotonous life that she's living of.
No,
training
she's
students.
probably not still awake at this point. She's probably gone to bed because she has to do teacher stuff in the morning.
Yeah, she
But-
got to groom those students.
One more wasp thing popped in my head. Most recent thing. I went in the shed in the backyard like maybe 2 years ago now, and went in to get something and was like, oh shit, there's a wasp. I looked over and there's like a wasp nest like about like this big being built in the corner. And I was like, oh yeah, well, fuck you guys. Went in the house, grabbed the thickest pair of gloves I could find, went over and just grabbed it and crushed it in my hand.
That's how you do it. That's how it is. You got to Viking that shit, man. You got to just like, I'm not going to even spray poison on you. I'm just going to crush you with my hands. That's going to be your poison, bitch.
It worked really well. Like a couple more came by later, but like your queen, I don't even know how wasps work exactly when it comes to.
Do they have a queen? I don't even know.
That's what I'm saying. I don't like.
Yeah, so wasps apparently do have a queen. So wasps are a little bit weirder colonies where it's like they don't necessarily have a big bee colony like bees do. But yeah, they do have a queen, and what generally happens is whatever the wasp hive is, even if it's a small hive, at the end of the season, all the workers are expected to die, whereas the queen will go and she'll bury herself somewhere, and she'll generally survive the winter, and then she'll come back up in the spring and create a new colony, whereas all the like all the offspring and whatever people in the wasp colony, they will die.
All the people.
But with bees, I mean, they generally have a bigger colony, and I don't believe with a bee colony that they're supposed to die in the winter. They're supposed to kind of hibernate. They kind of chill in the hive, but they'll then survive. I guess the worker bees are a little bit more valuable than wasps.
The best thing I've heard tonight was the wasp queen goes like. Bee, 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 bee.
So the moral of this story is basically fuck wasps, and I hope their queen dies because she's a heartless
At the
bitch.
same
Yeah,
time,
wasps are not great.
all these like bee purists, honeybees they are an invasive species, and like they're honestly not doing good things for a lot of other pollinating things.
Yeah,
It's
but
kind of
at the same time, do you like realize how much stuff we wouldn't have without like bees?
no,
No,
again, but I'm just saying like
bees
there
are
are
a
many
good
other
thing.
species of bees, and the people that are like all for like save the bees by having honeybees and stuff, they're saving the honeybees, but a bunch of other bee species are getting kind of
Well, I
phased out.
generally have a feeling that you should save all bee species like wasps.
Yeah.
I don't indiscriminately like to kill anything for the most part, but I have less problems with killing bee wasps than I do anything else like bees.
When I was there, like yeah, you need to have some kind of like active. You need to set up like pitcher plants and Venus flytraps in your backyard.
We're gonna set up like wasp traps or something this year.
No, but
yeah.
wouldn't it be fun though to just Venus flytrap and fucking have like those?
I mean, yes, except all those are tropical plants that'll very easily die if they're not in the right conditions. So yes,
Again, just like the conditions are, make sure their soil basically sucks because they like shitty. Well, that again, go back to the Ants Canada thing. He's put some pitcher plants into his thing to like try to control stuff, and the number of ants they've caught is insane. But yeah, well, I just think you've got a big backyard with kind of a really cool, almost tropical thing going on already. Why not get a few and try it just for entertainment purposes?
Basically, a thing with our backyard is we had a lot of wasps last summer. It turns out once the fucking like leaves and shit fell off, we had a massive fucking wasp nest in our tree that was right in the middle of our backyard. So, hopefully we've had that cut down. We destroyed that, but we're hoping that if we throw out some wasp nests and stuff, and wasp like the deterrent things where you have the fake wasp nests, we're gonna throw those up, and we're hoping they'll deter wasps from creating a nest this year. I mean, obviously they're probably going to. We'll have to kill them, but if I can deter them, I'd rather do that versus killing them.
Well, again, if you got rid of the main nest they had going on last year, the next year potentially, yeah, like because I feel like it wasn't. Like
that nest is gone, but the thing is, they don't survive that nest. Like they all die, so that nest was abandoned to begin with, so it doesn't really matter.
That's fair enough. What was I read? Do you know the queen of a termite nest can live like well over 100 years?
I didn't know that.
It's crazy to me that an insect can live that long.
Can I quote something here in relation to bees?
Yes, you can.
From activesustainability.com, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations state that there are 100 crop species that provide 90% of food around the world, and 71 of these are pollinated by bees. In Europe alone, 84% of the 264 crop species and 4,000 plant varieties that exist are thanks to pollination by bees. So if bees died out, a lot of these crops would not exist because they would not be pollinated by bees.
Have you seen Bee Movie? It basically says that. Have you seen Bee Movie?
No,
I haven't seen a Bee Movie in a while.
But
is that the one Jerry Seinfeld? Because I haven't seen that one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that. I saw the one. I saw the Ant movie.
Legitimately a pretty good movie. Patrick Warburton plays a hilarious character. The girl in the movie is like it's kind of weird to like it's one of those things where like you're attracted to a CG character that doesn't exist. Like she's
that's nothing wrong with being attracted to a CG or cartoon character. And you can ejaculate to Ariel all you want.
That was a weird one to say. But
anyway, I'm just putting it there as a pushback to like, yes, no, bees are incredibly valuable. I don't care
I'm just saying
invasive species.
I'm just saying the bees overall, but I'm just saying the people's focus on just honeybees is pushing out other bee species. Like bees are still needed, but honeybees are being like over prioritized.
Well, yeah, that would be true because that is driven by the economy and everyone just wants honey and shit.
Yeah, which again is a funny thing with the B movie, Ray Liotta being the bad guy and stuff. Like,
Ray Liotta never plays the bad guy.
even though the movie is so dumb, but it's fun and just. My mom actually, I think I saw it in the theater with my mom, maybe my sisters. But I remember like there's one point where like I think we watched it in 3D. I can't remember, but like the one point where they're flying through the park and stuff, and like she got like super crazy vertigo. It was pretty funny, but it's fun. It's more of a kids movie, but there are plenty. It's one of those, these days a kids movie is still going to have plenty of jokes a kid's not going to get that are for the parents, kind of thing. Yeah,
but I think the point is, if bees died out as a whole, which they are doing, like bee populations are decreasing.
Everything population in a lot of ways. Yeah, yeah.
But that would be catastrophic for humanity if bees like all of a sudden just died out. Like that would be.
It would be a terribly awful thing to happen.
It would be a horrible thing to happen, and most people don't realize it, but they would realize it very soon when so many things that they're used to buying would all of a sudden be not there on their shelves because
you got one or two like all the people that like spraying pesticides on your crops and shit. Like how selective are these pesticides? They're very probably killing like not just bees, but other, because usually like you're talking about the sharks and the squids thing before. If the bees were to go away, there are a lot of other pollinating insects that you'd think would maybe rise up to fill the niche.
Maybe.
But again, the fact that they're killing them en masse with fucking pesticides and shit. I remember watching, remember the Penn and Teller show, Bullshit?
Yeah.
Where they did there was an episode on organic food being bullshit. But like doing taste tests and stuff, like and like just people that are, like the typical vegan stereotype, always gonna make sure they're vegan and all that kind of stupid shit. And if you eat a piece of meat near them, they're gonna fucking bitch at you. Yeah, that stereotype, but the organic food stereotype, like fuck those people. But overall, if you're growing your food organically and doing it, without being a douche about it, but you're actually doing like growing stuff using bees and things to pollinate, and yeah, I'm down with that.
No, it's cool. Like it's the difference. Like there's people out there who virtue signal how cool they are when it comes to like, oh, I eat all natural and stuff like that. Like, fuck you. Like you're doing that to make yourself better than other people when you're just a small person who has no life. But like if you're like legit a person who's like, I just want to live the natural way and I'm gonna like do this and shit, and you don't brag about it, you don't announce it, you don't talk to people about it, whatever, that's cool, do your thing. It's fine. It's fun. It's okay. I would not hate on you at all. I have no fucking counter to your life choices. You're fine. You're good. You're not hurting anybody.
Yeah.
You're having a happy life. But like if you're some fucking douchebag who's like, I eat all natural and I'm vegan and I do this stuff, and you make your life about telling people that.
You almost said vegan.
Yeah. Funny. Yeah, and fuck you. I hope you get eaten by a shark. Like that's what I want for you. I want you to like dip into the ocean and flounder around like a fucking seal and get eaten by a great white.
You need to cut yourself and put your blood trail in the ocean. I don't like organized religion at all. It's fucking like it's stupid and dumb. But you know what? If you want to be religious, we can maybe be friends if you don't talk about it around.
Exactly. As long as you don't push it on anybody else, it's fine.
Yeah, with all these veganism, anything, as long as you're not being hoity-toity, holier than thou with it and trying to push it on every person you meet, we can hang out. If you're the kind of person that like every second thing out of your mouth is like, well, if you didn't eat meat, blah blah, then I'm probably never gonna want to see you again.
It's like you need to shut the fuck up. Like,
well, again, I'm of the belief that like anyone who's an extreme. Now, I'll go on both ends of the spectrum. I'll say anyone who's vegan or religious, but on the other end of the spectrum, I'll say anyone who is like a carnivore or someone who's atheist. I'll also throw at the other end that both ends of the spectrum are obnoxious assholes. I'll say like, let people live how they want to live. If you want to believe to be one thing or the other, or you want to eat one way or the other, or whatever you want to do, like it's your life. If you're not hurting anyone, believe what you want to believe, do what you want to do, eat what you want to eat. But don't be an asshole about it. Like you can have your belief. At the end of the day, most of us don't actually have the final answer because the final answer is always up for interpretation.
Nobody has the final answer.
At the end of the day, like if you want to enjoy what you want to enjoy, believe what you want to believe, go for it. But if your buddy doesn't want to do that, then you don't necessarily have to make them do that. Like
you got to deal with it. Like either you're gonna like not be friends with them anymore, or you just like accept that like okay, they're different, and we're just not gonna broach that subject, and that's it.
Yeah, and Liz, I have a lot of people in my family who are vegan, and generally, like they've been very preachy about it. But lately, they've just kind of been like, "Okay, listen, we're gonna do it. If you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. That's fine."
Mm-hmm.
Like my aunt is particularly annoying, but for the most part, she's been kind of keeping to herself lately. And again, she was that example of she went vegan, was preaching how it was so healthy for everyone, and then she gained a whole shitload of weight and was fat. now
How much wheat are you eating?
Well, now in present day, so the thing is, she actually really likes cooking. Like she's like almost a amateur chef type deal. So nowadays she's gotten everything in order, and now my uncle's like 62 years old. He was an ex-CFL player, and then he was a cop for many years. Like the dude's fucking 62 years old, and he's got a six-pack. He's fucking in ridiculous shape. My aunt, not quite as good shape, but she's still doing pretty well for herself right now. But that was like kind of, she figured shit out where it was like, and the one thing me and her will agree on, and we don't agree on a lot of things, is that just by the mere virtue of being vegan doesn't make you healthier, but having a more vegetable-based diet, less of an animal-based diet, is generally healthier. But even then, once you get into that vegan groove, you have to not just eat junk, because a lot of people can be like, you can fucking eat chips every single fucking day and say that's vegan.
Yeah.
That's not going to help you lose weight, is it? So,
No.
But like she actually will now cook. She's fucking pretty hardcore. Like she'll cook pasta and stuff from scratch, like using all the ingredients that are vegan approved, blah, blah, blah. She doesn't believe in eggs, which I think is kind of bullshit, because I think eggs are very healthy. I know Lee's a big egg fan. I don't like eggs as much as Lee does.
I'm a big fan.
I don't like eggs as much as Lee does, but I do agree that I think eggs are a good middle ground between people who want to eat meat,
unbelievably
who want to eat
versatile.
vegetables.
You can do so much.
They are very versatile, and you're not technically killing anything. So it's like, if you don't believe in killing animals, I do think eggs are a reasonable choice.
I mean, honestly,
eggs are unborn fetuses. You can't.
No, that's not the argument. The argument is like you're part of the exploitation of chickens in fucking farms. But
fair. But
that is the thing. But like where I live here in North Bay, I can drive 5 minutes and grab some eggs from a ethically sourced.
Honestly, I don't care about chickens. I'm just gonna put it out there. I don't care about chickens. They're dinosaurs. They lost. they got killed, and they're now birds.
I care about them less when it comes to like the whole factory farming thing, like pigs. pigs are very intelligent animals.
Pigs are intelligent.
And the way
I
that
don't like killing them.
I do love some bacon. Not a huge ham guy. Pork chops sometimes, or like a pork loin, pulled pork. But like, I don't like the way like some of them.
I'm very much. I could.
Cage where they've cut them where they can't move.
I could completely live my life without pork. I don't love bacon. I don't like ham. I don't like anything. I do like ribs. I really do like ribs. But
I
could live my life without ribs.
Your take it or leave it attitude when it comes to bacon is just.
I honestly don't.
It's so weird to me.
I honestly don't understand. Like bacon is totally fine. I have no problem with bacon per se, but it's like when people are fucking obsessed with bacon, like it's the greatest fucking thing in the world. I'm like, no, it's not.
It's not the greatest thing ever, but it just like you give me a plate of breakfast with no bacon. All right, put the bacon on the better. It's better.
That's my breakfast all the time. I don't typically eat breakfast food. I generally eat 2 meals a day. I have lunch and I have supper.
I'm the same way. Sometimes though, breakfast for dinner is the thing I do, which is
I mean, fair enough. But generally, when I am going to have breakfast or breakfast food for lunch, however you want to phrase it, generally I have eggs and I have rye bread with it, and that to me is fine. Now, don't get me wrong.
No, I'm not knocking you, man. I'm just saying, like,
I don't think I get you wrong. I think I know exactly what's going on.
I'm not saying bacon wouldn't be delicious. I'm just saying, to me, it's not like bacon's not like this amazing thing. Like, there are some foods where I'm like, I have an issue with it ethically, how it's perhaps harvested, but I still love it. For instance, chicken wings, steak, 2 things that I have perhaps some ethical issues with how they get on my plate, but I fucking love them, and I kind of ignore those ethical issues. Bacon's one of those things where I'm just like, I don't like it that much, where I'm just like, if I have if it's on my plate, I'll eat it, but I don't, it doesn't bother me that much.
To be honest, like if I had to go without one of the 3 kind of main animals, like the chicken, the pig, or the cow, I probably would be like, I'm sorry, Mr. fucking pig. I'm here you go, Mr. Pig, I guess, whatever, but like be free. But I can live without bacon. I love bacon, but I could live without it to the point where I'd be like, I love the things you can do with chicken, like stuffed chicken, fucking Parmesan, like the wings.
Chicken is super versatile.
And then beef, just a burger or a steak. Or like just ground beef in general, the things you can do, making chili and stuff, and this.
Yeah.
I feel like of those 3 animals, it would be I guess I could maybe. I don't know. The cow for sure is being slaughtered and being eaten. I could maybe throw a coin overall between the chicken, because again, like pulled pork can be so fucking good. Or
pork is really good.
A good pork chop. Or even my mom just does this thing where she'll buy like the whole pork loin and just like barbecue sauce it, slow cook it, and then just like slices of pork loin, and it's fucking like. This is where
I'll make my argument about pork, and this is why I would happily give up pork over any other animal, because pork, to me, all of my favorite pork dishes involve mass amounts of saucing. Pork loin, you usually want to put sauce on it, tenderize it. Ribs, you usually want to put, most people will eat ribs with sauce. I feel like, again, I'm a bit of a Puritan when it comes to steak. Like, I will say you shouldn't marinate a steak. Some people like Nick and Dan, who are fucking heathens, will say you should marinate it because they're idiots.
Depending on the cut, you might almost need to. But generally, me, like, do you know? You must know of Guga.
No, I have no clue.
Guga Foods, YouTube. He's like the steak guy, dude.
I have no
Guga. He has that channel, and he also has sous vide everything.
Okay.
Yeah, and like his salt, pepper, garlic powder. and then
That's all you really need. Like I like
and,
Montreal. I like Montreal steak spice, but
but,
that's basically those things with a little bit extra.
seriously though, like, do like write it down or something. Like he does so many experiments with dry aging and shit with steaks, and just like I feel like it's a channel that you probably
He's probably more hardcore than I am, but I will check him out. But listen, at the end of the day, here's the bottom line. Whatever you believe in is that I like a steak to taste like a steak, and when you marinate it, you change the flavor of it, and that becomes a different thing. Whereas pork, and this is why I'll argue that pork is something I would happily give up if the choice was given to me. Everything I love pork-wise requires sauce to make it good, because the general taste of pork, in my opinion, is not very good. You can argue
neutral. I'd say it's almost the same as chicken, really.
I would argue pork has kind of, depending what cut of pork, it has kind of actually a bad taste to it. Like I don't like the pork taste, as you call it. Whereas, like if you have a pork chop, you don't have any sauce on it or something, it kind of has a pork taste, which a lot of people don't find appealing.
For me, like the pork chop is the one cut of pork where generally I'll only have like salt and pepper on it, and if it's cooked properly, it's fucking delicious. Like
I have a question. I'm going to pose this to Redbeard. So I'm not posing this to Greg. I'm posing this to Redbeard. So, right. Redbeard, do you know what a homunculus is?
Yes, a perfectly formed tiny human.
Yeah, so like a magically created human. Like it's basically like we create a human.
I've seen a few of them, and it's honestly a very surreal thing. It's like
I'm glad you posed that question because I didn't know what that was.
Like Warwick Davis sized, but not Warwick Davis.
Not necessarily. Like a homunculus can be any size, but it's a magically created human being creature. Not necessarily human, but like a creature that's created by magic. It's fully formed by magic. It's not
it's not like it's magic. It's supposed to be magical in origin?
It's magic. It's magic. Like usually it's like alchemy or magic creates a homunculus.
Because I want to say like it was used at one point on Big Bang Theory that I remember for whatever reason when they're referring
they
to
probably got it wrong because they're
Leonard just saying like it's just a small person. Like, but well, I mean, I'm gonna say the word dwarf.
In some instances,
those proportions.
In some instances, it's a tiny person. Like if you look at
regardless of any of this,
Bride of Frankenstein.
I know what you're trying to,
and that makes it. But here's the thing. I think Greg's a homunculus. I'm
like a retarded little human maid.
Yes, because I think like your taste in pork is so drastically perverted and just disgusting that that you are maybe not a human being. Like maybe you were created by magic by some sorcerer in Ontario, and maybe you're not a real person.
Okay, so wait. What is it about my pork? Like, what is it about my pork preference that you feel like? Do you love the fact that you don't know
the fact that you don't acknowledge that pork is the god meat?
I didn't want to say. Like I wasn't gonna. I was tiptoeing a little bit, I guess you could say. But Lee just went full in. No, Greg, you're a crazy person, man. Like you're not a person. No, but like this is the weird thing. Greg is like kind of the guy who, when I think about it, he's the guy who likes everything. But
Greg is a magical construct.
The magical.
Well, again, don't confuse me with somebody. I don't mind pork. I have nothing against it. But if you're asking me, what would I rather give up, beef or chicken? Pork would easily be the one I would give up.
Because you said if it's not, you said you don't really, it doesn't have a good flavor overall.
I don't find pork generally has a a I find with generally pork
crazy
products,
talk.
Generally pork products
you
have
are
to have
a
sauce on
homunculus
them.
or a pod person, one or the other.
Okay,
even
what
spam.
Kind of,
spam is fantastic.
Well, no, spam is not fantastic at all.
Spam is fantastic.
No, what kind of pork products do you have that you enjoy that don't require sauce of some sort?
All of
Again,
them?
I said pork chop. Pork chop. The
Okay,
Turk loin my
I
mom
will.
makes
I
would be
will. I
fine.
will give you.
Just
I
seasoned
will
salt
give
and
you
pepper.
pork chop, pork loin. Pork loin can be okay too. Yeah, but again, if you have the equivalent of a cow, yeah, a beef version of anything pork will be better. It's just simple as that.
Yeah, you know what? A lasagna or something. When you're making something with the ground beef, throwing like half and half ground pork into that ground beef.
I personally find ground pork to taste disgusting, so I
That's
can't really
but-
get
but-
behind
so
that.
you don't like sausage? Are you a crazy person?
I don't love sausage to begin with. Like sausage is garbage food, and I acknowledge that hot dogs and sausage they're good sometimes.
What?
But
the
I'll never fucking get behind that sausage or hot
Sausage
dogs
is
are great.
garbage food. I'll give you hot dogs. Generally are more processed, but sausage is just stuff runs through a meat grinder. It's not processed at all.
Sausage is like one tier above hot dog. Give me a break.
What?
I get sausage and cut the casing off and break it up to like I need some ground sausage. Here we go. You are a full blown crazy person at this point.
So
My God.
This is
here's
not
my
true
thing.
at all.
Here's
My
my
God.
thing right there. Here's my theory now. So sometime around, let's say like 1999, between 1999 and 2003.
Oh, this is good. I'm gonna get an origin story. I'm excited about this.
Yes. So sometime between 1999 and 2003, Greg went to sleep.
Okay, so 4 years. Okay, 4 years
Yeah.
I slept. Okay.
Yeah. Beside his bed, and he didn't see it, there was a giant vegetable pod next to his bed. And the tentacles in that pod came out during the night, sucked his life essence, and replaced him with a total duplicate. Invasion of the Body Snatcher style.
Oh,
And then Greg became a tasteless automaton who does not enjoy food. And that is why he does not like pork. Like he has ideas about pork, whereas everyone else is like, pork is great. And no, he is an emotionless monster.
so that's why what I do is like I'll get like a whole piece of like a whole cow in front of me, and I'll just unhinge my jaw and just swallow the whole fucking thing and be like,
hey, whatever you pod people do, I don't know, but
and be like, hey, you know what? I swallowed this whole cow. It was pretty good. But yeah, I'm glad I didn't swallow pork because pork's not that good. So fuck you.
God damn, what a monster. Jesus.
Crazy talk. Absolute crazy talk.
Fucking monstrous.
Oh, also the most overrated meat of all time, bacon. Bacon is one of those things
You
where
need
it's like,
to eat shit. You need
I
to
mean, I've eaten bacon before, so I don't need to eat shit. 'cause
No,
I
you
have-
need to put-
I
you need to
I
put
feel like
curd
whatever
in your
bacon
mouth.
you had came from a cow that was found dead on the road for 5 weeks or something. Because what the hell is even going on? Like there's a store here in town.
I have
Orchards.
had, and I currently have bacon. I'm not against eating bacon. I eat it on a regular basis. I'm just like, I
Like
can
every
take it or
other
leave
normal
it.
person. That's what
Yeah,
humans
but for you to
do,
say
right?
it's like not good, it's just like what the hell is wrong?
no,
Like,
it's not great. Like, listen, if you told me, Greg, you can no longer ever eat bacon again, I'll be like, okay, doesn't bother me.
Hello,
bit.
I'm Greg
I'm saying,
Belosky, normal
I
human
could.
being. I eat bacon all the time.
I could.
I
Live
mean,
without
I
bacon.
appreciate
but
that
I could.
you know you not only do you know my last name Lee, but you can pronounce it correctly. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Like
I
there's
mean,
the one grocery store here in town, the high end one, Orchards. They have like their own in-house bacon, and it's like, no, most bacon is basically just like the white fat with a bit of meat on it. So you kind of have to cook it pretty crispy for it to be like that. That's the thing I don't like about bacon is cheap
Right.
bacon can be
we
annoying.
get cheap cuts of
But-
bacon. That's the
but the
thing.
bacon from here is like almost all meat. It's more expensive, obviously, but it's
hello, I'm Greg
some-
Belosky.
something
human
like that
being.
on a
I
burger.
like bacon. I enjoy it. Not
Mm.
as much as I enjoy other things, but I enjoy bacon, and that is the usual response you expect from a human being, which I am. My name's Greg Belosky, human being, and then that's usually the discourse that happens.
I mean, I'll throw it out there that my name is Lee Russell, and I love chicken wings like every other red-blooded American.
Yeah, but you would be a liar then. You would be a monstrous liar.
chicken wings are much superior to
Wait,
bacon.
I
I'm just
didn't
gonna throw it out
realize
there.
this is the thing I'm learning. Like maybe I missed before, but Lee is anti-chicken wing.
Lee
I don't
Lee
like-
is anti-chicken wings.
I don't like
Andy's
chicken wings.
Andy's anti-steak.
What don't you like about chicken wings
I don't
specifically?
enjoy them. This is like a little bit of chicken, some bone. Like, fuck that. I don't like.
Oh man, it's
No,
almost
no,
like
no,
some people
that's-
don't like bacon.
No, wait, wait, Greg, shut up. There's a false equivalency kind of thing. Like, depending
Well,
on
no, the
depending on
equivalency is that chicken wings are far superior to bacon.
I would,
Now,
depending on the quality, I'd say they're kind of equal in my opinion.
listen, Carrie, I'm going to throw one thing out there. You're not going to like it, but I'm going to throw it out there. I don't take weight loss advice from a fat person. I don't take food advice from a skinny person. So any advice you give is
know what?
completely useless.
That's yeah. Blame my metabolism for the fact that I eat.
I don't give a fuck.
garbage.
You're not skinny. I don't take any food advice from you. That just is what it is.
You just contradict yourself. You're not fat, is what you meant to say, because I am skinny.
Yeah, probably
But,
something like
yeah.
that.
Anyway, but
I've
regardless of
I've
that,
had a lot of gin in me.
I do like chicken wings myself. I'm more of a they call them flats. Some people do, but it was
Who
always
the
for
fuck
us
calls
like
them flats?
Americans.
that.
generally.
That is new to me. I don't know what that
I've
is.
Yeah, no.
never fucking heard.
Oh, well, you know what? Good. I'm with you guys. I don't support calling them flats. For me, it was always
Why
wait,
did you introduce
wait.
it then?
wings or drums. Because I don't know why.
I've
know.
literally never fucking heard that.
Give me a flat of chicken wings.
No, that's not a flat of chicken. Like when talking about the drumstick or the flat wing, that's what I'm talking about. Flats.
Okay.
But like for me, it was always you call the drums or wings. The flat part was just called the wing, and the other one was the drum. Some people want wings only, some drum.
Okay.
I'm a wing only guy myself. I prefer that piece of the wing to the drum.
My wife is the same way. She prefers the drumstick,
Okay.
but I'm
Okay.
happy with either one.
No, I eat either one, but like for me,
opinion that I wish a flat of chicken wings is a thing though. Like that. That sounds fun.
it does sound kind of like why not a flat of chicken wings?
Give me a flat of
Like
chicken
with me
wings
for
now.
the wing part, like it's got the two bones, and you can grab the one and pull it out. You can literally debone it, and you actually have like
Oh yeah,
any place you go that says like we have boneless chicken wings. That's just
boneless chicken wings are just fucking nuggets. Like
they're just
fucking
chunked.
lie
There's
about it.
chopped up breaded chunks of chicken breast.
No,
all the
they
time.
lie about it.
Yeah,
I'm
But-
a boneless chicken guy. I don't like eating chicken with bones.
I do like. I'm not saying boneless chicken wings, even though they aren't a thing. They're still delicious. Like they're just little chunks of chicken. Dip
Well, they're
them
just
or
they're
sauce.
just chicken nuggets under
Yeah,
a different
they're-
name
they're
and
great.
sauce, but
But for as far as wings go, yeah, like and myself, like if I'm cooking them, when I used to work at the Moose, this is the thing I used to do myself. Like
you worked at the
wait-
Moose.
What?
no one knew this. I know. It's funny. I talk about to the point where people at the city job have said exactly what you said, Greg. That's pretty cool. but making wings for myself, I leave them like they're to the point 10 minutes or so, they're done. I leave them in there for another 10 minutes. I want them to be like well done. Like the chicken to be like almost like a bit chewy on a wing. I don't know, it's just like and then seasoned just with some seasoned salt and sauce on the side. And then like I like pour a little bit of sauce on it and eat it like that. Because I don't know, just eating wings that are pre-sauce is just it soaks in and like makes the breading kind of soggy, I find. And it's so much more messy. Like well, Greg knows when I visited him, that place we went where I had that chicken sandwich. That was like it was like the messiest goddamn thing in the history of the world.
Listen,
Like-
Carrie, we're having a good night tonight. We're all having chill. Let's not even talk about that. I've kind of like wiped that out of my memory because I wanna continue to be friends with you. So let's just continue to.
No, I'm just
let's
saying. Like,
not even talk about that.
for me, I'm just not a messy. I'm not a fan. The beard, I guess, is a big part of it. I'm not a big
I
fan of
don't know.
messy
I don't
food.
know. I don't
That's
listen.
it.
I literally don't know
That's
what
it.
you're talking about. You never visited us. Let's
No, it's
talk
all
about
good.
that.
I
It's
wasn't
fine.
trying to start any
It's all
kind of
good.
anything. It's all good.
It's all good. We're having a good time.
I am having
It's
a
all
good time.
good. No, but listen, I'll say, I mean, joking aside, I mean, so here's the thing is that I acknowledge chicken wings are a basically a garbage part of the chicken, which they are. There's a part they used to throw out of the chicken. And because of the sauce and the way it's cooked generally makes it good. And if it's not good, if it, generally not good chicken wings are like ones that aren't cooked or sauced properly. I feel the same way about pork, where to me, pork, if it's not sauced or cooked properly, I'm not that interested. Now, granted, there are exceptions. Don't get me wrong. Like you can have pork loin that's really tasty. You can have pork chops that are really tasty. But normally, I feel pork requires sauce to make it good. And chicken wings are the same way. And I fucking love chicken wings.
You know what? Going over to like the beef side of it, if you overcook almost any cut, including like ground beef, to the point where it's like just chewy, burnt.
Oh,
garbage.
you can fuck
Like,
up beef. You can take fucking Wagyu beef and fuck it up if you don't know how to cook it. Don't.
I've never. Have you
100%.
have you had Wagyu beef? I've never had Wagyu beef.
I have had Wagyu beef before, not cooked by myself, but I have had Wagyu beef before. It's fucking delicious.
Nice.
Do I personally think it was that good that I would pay for it myself? Not really, because anytime I've had the opportunity to buy Wagyu beef, it's like $250
It's
for
very
a steak.
expensive. Actually, that Guga guy, he's done several weird Wagyu. He did experiments with like chicken and Wagyu beef and other beef and dry aging. I feel like you would legitimately actually like his channel because you are. When I think of like people I know who like steak, you're kind of the main one that would come to mind.
I'm very much a steak supremacist. If you don't cook steak the way I believe in cooking steak, then fuck you. Because
what are your thoughts on sous vide? I've never had it myself, but I want to try it personally. Have you had sous vide?
I don't think I have, so I don't have any particular opinion on it.
Oh. It's just like you cook it at the steady temperature and everything just becomes. I don't know, but some people swear by it. I've never had it myself, but I'd like
my general opinion of steak, and I understand that a lot of people disagree with me. My general opinion is a steak should always be cooked on grill when possible, because the taste of char is something you can't replicate with cooking on any other method, including a flat grill. So,
Agreed.
like if, again, some people love to cook steak on a frying pan and put it in the oven, and you can make a good steak that way. I'm not denying that you can, but there's just something you're missing by not cooking on a grill. Now, in a perfect world, you're cooking on a charcoal grill because charcoal is the best.
Imparts more flavor. Like the Google the charring thing, when the sous vide thing obviously is cooked in a bag, but then when it comes out, he takes a blowtorch to it and gives it a. I'm not sure. Like obviously, it's not going to be the charcoal flavor, but at the same time, when he puts it in the bag, he generally puts some seasoning in there, so it's cooking in that juice for that time and absorbing
the flavor. For the most part, you're boiling it for the most part, and
the water's not at boiling. It's at that it's at the perfect temperature to keep the steak at that. It's like sous vide's a pretty interesting cooking process.
Well, again, it's one of those things where if you know what you're doing, it probably could turn out pretty well. And again, it's like one of those. Again, like you can put something on a grill and you can take the best cut of steak in the world, you can spice it perfectly, and you can still fuck it up because you don't cook it properly on a grill.
Yeah.
So a lot of it is about like how you cook it, how you make it, and stuff like that. But again, I don't believe in things that, like, when you're dealing with a high cut of steak, and I'm not talking about a fucking like, this is a basic bitch, this $20 cut of steak that I bought because this is what I can afford. Listen, I'm sorry, steak is a luxury food. I'm sorry if this is offensive to people. Steak is a luxury food. If you're buying a cheap steak and you're marinating it because that's the best you can afford, you're trying to make it edible, That's not a real steak. It's
No, like, you
really
know what?
something that you
That-
should
that-
literally grind up into hamburger and make a hamburger. out of
I'd
it.
say
It's-
that depending on the cut and stuff, I'd just say that's like meat at that point. It's not steak anymore. Because like you can take some decent like garbage cuts of steak, marinate them, and use them in a stir fry or something like that,
100%. You
and they
could.
work perfectly fine. But no, when it comes to like actual, cuts of steak, that I'm yeah, again, salt, pepper, garlic powder, and then grill it and fucking.
Well, and that's the thing is, I am literally,
Yeah.
I am the person who I do not waste any food. If any food that is in my kitchen, if I don't eat it, it goes to my dogs. It go like I do not waste anything. But like if it's not a piece of food that you can serve as a steak, you're like, this is garbage meat. I'm just gonna marinate to try and make it better. No, you're not going to make it better. At the end of the day, marinate it if you want to, grind it up, put it into hamburger, put it into a stir fry, put it into a stew. Do whatever. Be like Carl Weathers. You can make a fucking stew out of this shit.
Yeah, he makes two of this.
Arrested Development reference. Nice.
But again, a steak is like a luxury food. Like you have to understand, like if steak is not something you can afford or you can afford on a regular basis, there's better ways to make your meat than there is to try to be like, I'm going to take a shitty piece of meat, marinate it, and make it into a steak and try to say this is a good steak. It really isn't a good steak. It's a piece of meat that you've attempted to make a steak out of. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not trying to be an asshole about it, which I'm coming off as being an asshole, but
no, not to me.
I'm just saying, like, it's like
If Nick or Dan was here, they might be offended.
Well, they would be, but that's because they do that. And I'm just saying, like, steak is a luxury food. I don't eat steak very often. I eat steak at minimum once a month, sometimes less than that, depending what it is, because I generally will buy a higher quality piece of steak.
Minimum once a month, maximum once a month.
I'm too drunk to even fucking argue with whatever the fuck they're saying.
No,
So-
you're making funny errors. It's all
Yeah, I'm gonna put this out there now. We are over 4 hours. I'm gonna take this offline.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Oh my God! You should have taken this offline 2 hours ago.
That's how
I
you
really
live stream a
should.
chat, baby.
oh,
Like I
fuck.
haven't got canceled midstream. It might happen later, but
Nothing that outrageous was said when it like overall.
not really.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not saying Nick is a pedophile, but I'm just saying.
Jesus. Wow. Let's just end this now because Chris Peters killed those women and
I
yeah.
mean,